We go also look that one today. We go see how TBOS fit explore business opportunities in fecal sludge management. We go see presentation of our TBOs and then our closing for today. So that's the program today in summary. To get it started, we are going to go straight into the presentation on the Clean Nigeria campaign, contributions of the private sector, Q&A by participants. That's the first session. However, before we go into that, while Madam Okpara is getting set, I would like to hear your key takeaway from yesterday, from participants in the hall. So from our TBOs, we come from the different states. What be one thing where you take home yesterday? I remember said then give us assignment to take down our key achievements. We don't do them. We don't do them. Now only people for this table don't do them. We don't do them. We don't do them for that side. I beg, if you don't do your own, raise your hand. As a TBO, as a toilet business owner, you write down the achievement, the things where you don't do, where you dey proud of as a toilet business owner. You don't write, you don't think them, you don't write them down. Una not say they say we go present them today, no be so. It be like nobody do the assignment. Who give the assignment so that we go do class rep, be class captain, we go mark us. Okay, you people have done it. Excellent. You have also done it. So please, if you've not done it, you still have time. Think about what you've achieved as toilet business owners and put it down. These things are the things you need to tell your stories. You get one thing where they always talk. If you do something and you don't talk about it, nobody knows about it. So if you tell your stories, people would see what you are doing, and this is what would make people notice you, pay attention to you, and if there is any support they can render to you, that is what will attract them to you. So it is a very important task for you to take down your key achievements. So think about it, write it down, and then we'll get back to it later. So is there anybody that wants to share what their key takeaway from yesterday was? Please feel free. You feel... Okay. All right. I even hear that the assignment has, you know, when they give us assignment that time or classwork or homework, it will have number 1, question 1A, question 1B. So I was just being told of the additional questions. So not just your key achievements, your challenges and the barriers to your business. So please, if you've done yours, kindly give it to Mr. Abdul Salam. He's behind there waving. Please wave, let them see you. Don't stop waving. Everybody, please look behind and see him. He was very active yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Abdul Salam. Okay, so please, when you are done, give it to him. If you have yours already, please give it to him so that he can keep everything. All right, so is there anybody that wants to share their key takeaway from yesterday? I have 7 minutes more before Madam Okpara comes up. Key takeaways from yesterday. What be one thing where you take for mind? Where be say when you get back to your state, now something where you go tell other people, either for your ministries, for your communities, as a toilet business owner, where you go inform people for your communities. What be one key thing? It be like nobody want volunteer. May I appoint somebody? Who want volunteer? They see somebody where I know where they smile. Oh, okay.
Assalamu alaikum. Abinda ake cewa na koyi abinda akan ta mana shi jiya, darasin da muka koya jiya. Ana son a kawo ci gaba na tsafta a Najeriya. A kawar da kazanta da kashi da abubuwa gaba daya. Kuma koyarwar take kara mana cewa wannan business din da ake koya mana ci gaba ne a gurinmu don mu rika samun wasu kudade wanda za mu yi amfani da su. Da sauransu gaba daya.
Thank you very much. Sir, you said you wanted to help us translate.
Good morning. So this gentleman says that by coming here, he further learns and understands the importance of sheet business. And secondly, his mind has been opened to some innovations that he will sort of explain to the people back home. And he has seen more ways to make more money, in short.
Exactly. More ways to make more money. Very important for business people. In fact, when I was young, when I was way smaller, in communities growing up in Lagos, there was this thing they used to write on the wall. I didn't know the meaning then until I got into the sanitation sector. So you will go around, you see they will write on the wall. I'll say it in Yoruba, then I'll say what it means in English. Owo igbeki room. So it means that shit money doesn't smell. As toilet business owners, we have the opportunity to tap into this sector, to tap into the economy and make money out of it. The money doesn't smell. It goes to the bank and we'll see ways that we can expand these businesses that we have. So thank you very much for that key takeaway, how to be innovative in your business and to make more money out of the shit business. We are not afraid to say shit in this gathering. Who else has a key takeaway? Anybody? Or should I just point somebody? So we've heard from a toilet business owner. Can we hear from someone from Ruwasa? How can the government, there were sessions yesterday that deliberated on how the business can support toilet business owners around capacity. So I'd like to hear from one Ruwasa member and one partner in the sector. Any Ruwasa person that wants to volunteer? Okay. This table again. We are going to shift to another table, and I'm seeing people smiling at me that I'll give the mic to next. Please, sir, continue.
Good morning, all.
Yes.
My name is Geologist Aminu Tukur, Director of Water Supply and Sanitation, Katsina State, Ruwasa. Actually, there are many ways that government can come in to help this gentleman, the TBOS. One of the strategies that we use in Katsina is the linkage of this TBOs with microfinance institutions. And further to that, with additional groups in the local government, we already have an existing wash department in each of the 34 local governments that we have. And that has been a steady platform upon which we build our activities upon. Also, I think the government can come in terms of trainings for these TBOs on new innovations. We have had that in Katsina. We have a sort of partnership with the Hassan Usman Katsina Polytechnic. They have a building department whereby the lecturers from time to time have activities with these TBOs. So on capacity building, trainings, I think these are good ways that we can leverage on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Definitely. So serving as linkages between TBOs and other partners and building the capacity of TBOs. So we've had a lot of things from this side of the room. I want to hear something from this side of the room. Please. Oh, thank you so much, madam.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Mrs. Chehu. I started this business far back 95, toilet business in FCT. When my friends are looking for shop, me, I will be looking for toilet. They will be laughing at me. They say, why toilet, why toilet, why toilet? Not knowing that I have a friend that is very rich and he's operating toilet. So I got my secret from him. He said, Madam, this toilet issue, there is money. This toro, there is money. Of which, when I got into the business, I really realized that there is money in toilet. So in FCT, I'm the only lady doing toilet business. So even the permanent secretary yesterday recommended me. She said, Kai, I'm proud of you. You are the only lady. I say, yes, lady. If they said, why now? I say, shit, money, no, they smell. Yes. Because anyway, I say, this toilet issue now. Why? I say shit money no dey smell. I like that business. Toro business is best for me. I'm not into big business. So why I'm saying that, and I want the organization of this toilet business conference to please help us in this FCT. We have double taxation. They are taxing us double. FCT will tax us, municipal will tax us, and environmental will tax us. So at the end of the day, what about taxing us? This business is not, there is no much money inside, but we are servicing the community. It's social business. So you should please help us so that they will realize that this business is just for social business. It's not for profit-oriented, but there is something that it will help you to pay your bills out of it. That's it. So I'm proud to be toilet business lady. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, and thanks for sharing your experience. We would like to get your story, you understand, how it feels like to be the only woman in the toilet business in the FCT. And please, Toilet Pride, are you taking notes? And other people would like to hear her story and would like her to share her story. Yes, sir, please. I think that's the last comment we'll take, and then we'll have Madam Okpara come up for the presentation on the Clean Nigeria campaign and contributions of the private sector. Please, sir.
Okay, good morning all. Yesterday I learned a lot. My name is Iko Hafidelis. I'm the WASH coordinator for Igbo local government of Enugu State. In short, attending this conference is very, very beautiful. I learned a lot, and this will help me when I go back. I will assist the TBOs from my local government. We establish a network of TBOs where we can come together on monthly basis, review their challenges, and address it.
It's still working.
Okay. Secondly, I will assist them to identify some sales agents. You know, some of these TBOs, they may say leaving their shop to go and look for the buyers may be difficult for them. But if they have sales agents within their locality, especially from the washcoms we have, they will let them know that this toilet materials is highly needed and it will increase their sales. So thank you all for being part of this conference.
Thank you so much, sir. Those are resolutions already. Are you taking notes? So these are major resolutions that we're already getting even before the end of day 2. That shows that this conference has been very impactful. So now we're going to move over to our first event for the day. And I would like to call on Madam Okpara, the National Coordinator of the Clean Nigeria campaign. Our excellent mommy. I'm so proud of her. She does a lot of good work. So please, ma. Yes, ma.
Good morning, everyone. Go catch us. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay, I just said I wouldn't do presentation this morning. Let us talk. So let us talk because we have seen a lot of presentations. We've seen a lot of statistics. We talked about a lot of statistics around sanitation, open defecation, and all that. So just on a brief note, for those maybe who don't know, Clean Nigeria, how did it start? Nigeria, number 1, when it comes to open defecation, it became something that, how do we started with number 2, and then gradually India took over. India actually moved out, had their own program, and it became necessary that Nigeria needed to start something. Then we started. We got approval. And by 2019, we flagged off. When there was a flag off at the national level, states say, make we must flag off. What we are flagging off, we don't know. Why am I saying that? This is how many years after flag off? A lot of states are not doing anything, but they took that and then they flagged off. So I think we are now saying that we have to get it right. Everyone is saying We just have 2 years to go. We all know we have 2 years to go. Is it doable? And I'm still standing to say, if we are committed to it, we can do it. There's something about Nigeria. And that is the fact that when we make up our mind to do something, you see everybody is in it. Before GSM, I know that it was that Turaya and all that. But today, we see that a lot has happened. Many people now, even the meat seller, everybody, they have a phone. And then today we can talk about communication. Now this is a business that we are looking at that should thrive. Looking at a lot of opportunities that are in it. I go back to our story about Clean Nigeria. And then we have a steering committee. The steering committee is headed by the vice president. We have had like 3-4 steering committee meetings talking about how do we move this forward. Today, how many states have steering committee? Not up to 10. And even if they are not active. So again, we've been talking about political will. And we see that once the government throws her weight, everybody keys in. And until that happens, but again, there was something that was spoken about yesterday. The TBOS, put yourselves together. Come together as group within your state. Can we begin to see how can we meet our government? And as a team, you begin to look in that direction. Any government should have that listening ear. But until we do that, we see that we're still groping in the dark. How can we make that difference? How can we move forward? So the story of Clean Nigeria, many states flagged off. But the youth volunteer program was actually partly why some of them actually flagged off. Those from the states would actually bear the witness to that. Now, having flagged off the campaign, we've been grappling in the dark. But partners, the likes of UNICEF, have done so well within the sector, pushing the government to see how we can actually, sit on that driver's seat and drive this whole process. And again, at the level of the states, we are still begging. But if we can do more of collaboration, again, we are trying to collaborate with as many as possible. Today, we are talking with Algon. Algon wants to step in. Algon wants to see how they can actually support. Because again, we see that if Algon is there, it is a grassroots thing. How can local governments begin to work to see how they can push this campaign to the next level? We see what happens with just having the bylaws. Just a little of that. Bayelsa, UNICEF started working in 2 local governments before that program actually ended. And then Clean Nigeria stepped in. But one of the local governments is about to become open defecation free. Reason, not just the acts of, ending open defecation, but some level of enforcement. Now, some of the private sectors were issued abatement notice, and by the next day, all of them built their toilets. So what does that tell us? We must, once the government sits up and say, we are going to do this, and then we take it up, you see that a whole lot would happen. So again, why am I saying this? Let's go back to our governments. The local government, the state governments, we have a stake. And if all of us put our hands together and say we can, I think really we can, and we can do that. But then again, we have actually, reiterated this over and over again, talking about the fact that we need the private sector to come in. And that is why, again, something that was taken to the steering committee, the need for the tax credit scheme, the need for the blue bond. And when somebody made a statement, that actually came to my mind when he talked about double taxation. So these things are things that we need to talk about. Now, if some of these committees are in place, it is easy to push it to the committee to say, can you address this? This is a business that we are looking at. Let us see how people can begin to come into it. And then there we are, double taxation, killing the business the more, killing the program the more. So again, we need these committees. We need our voices to be heard. We need to do something drastically to see how we can actually see what can happen. Then then looking at the private sector, we can see that there have been a lot. We're getting some support, but we need them to be more organized, and that's why we're counting on you. This small business that we want to grow. Some of these pictures we are looking at, the likes of Coca-Cola, the likes, Ligzil has actually pushed in a lot in terms of the pans that we have today. We go to most of our toilets, and not just, they have donated, and then a lot of market is also around there. But we need to do more. We also look at, these are some of the structures that were put down by Coca-Cola and a whole lot of others. Then you also saw this other toilet. Now what is this? Somebody was also talking about toilet business. Now from the Clean Nigeria campaign, what did we start doing? We are saying that as you trigger, get toilet business owners to come together. So when they come together, you train them. These were built by TBOS, those toilets. They are trained on the spot, and within the next 3 days, the TBOs that were trained, the Masons, now begin to put that up as a test that we have actually learned something from this little training during triggering. Then another thing we have to begin to look at is the prototype. Can we also begin to look at a design that stands out? At least when you look at the work a TBO has done, you should be able to, okay, I know saying TBOs, now then do this work. What is our trademark? So we also have to begin to look at that. As organized bodies, what is our trademark that people would look at and say, now that TBO, now in Dua. Because we must also begin to differentiate. And then that takes me to another thing that came out from that this early morning discussion. There's something like in Ghana, I saw that summer, kind of. Now, that particular program had sales agents. But for us here, with what has happened with sanitation marketing, we see most of our washcoms acting as sales agents. But again, the essence of making sure that during triggering, you have identified your TBOs, you have identified your Masons, and once they are around you, automatically, what they should be looking out for is who is the next. Who are those building that? Who are those that are building toilets? You begin to advertise. You begin to sell yourself. You begin to sell your product that people will see and know that, yes, these are business-minded people that are all here. Like one person, I think, he will always say, have you smelled the money? They will already start smelling the money because they have started seeing the signs. They have started seeing that in this community, only one person has a toilet. And there are 96 households. Automatically, a businessman has calculated, I am going to build 98 toilets in this community. And you begin to follow up. And that is the way to go. So again, we're going to be looking for our commitments. How are we going to roll out this? The theme for this year's conference is saying how providing the toilets that are required to end open defecation. We cannot end open defecation without toilets. So the toilets are also going to be supported. Where are the toilet businesses? Bring it as close to the people as possible. Somebody, you're talking to someone, you're triggering a community, and somebody is saying, so where do I get all these things? And the businessman is already standing. I did here. See me. Come my shop, come see what you did here. And then you have your different designs and prototype. We must all join hands. We must end open defecation. And the way to go is while we are looking at advocacy, advocating to our leaders, we're also looking at our own business. How do we sell our business? And it's not just about containment. We're also going to be looking at the pit emptiers. These toilets are getting filled up. Again, the pit emptiers, it's also high time, even during triggering, we're also bringing them around. So they're also looking at potential customers. These pits will get filled. And that is business. And then our bylaws must work. If we put our bylaws in place, and that is where we're looking for outgo on that partnership very strongly. And then we're also looking at the religious leaders. Today, we are actually already going to the next level where most of these churches, mosques, will start seeing people coming to talk to them. We have started that discussion with a Khan and then our Muslim sects. So we'll actually begin to, you will be surprised, you just had, in Nigeria, let's say you don't reach my church too, you don't reach our mosques, we will go the extra mile. And it's only when these things are preached and then you bring out these bylaws, then it will work. Then people will say, they go begin catch us. Let us do that. And once you catch one person, everybody will fall in line. Not say Nigeria will do the fear. So again, these are some of the things that can actually help us. So as toilet business owners, let us begin to think, how can I make the difference? And then I remember during our end of yearly, anniversaries, I think we'll also begin to look at how we can also appreciate outstanding toilet business owners. That should also come up during some of these anniversaries. So I think these are a few. I know that, like somebody said, Madam, we know you are commissioned to talk. If we leave you, you will continue to talk. And then we have other things that should be done. But I think this is just note for us to tell you that the Clean Nigeria campaign is not sleeping. So even at the level of the states, please don't sleep. A lot is yet to be done. I remember even the last program that we had, I think Jigawa is number 1. And we said, who is number 2? Katsina said they are number 2. This is July. And then we have other states that have not even started. And we're looking for that someone who said, Madam, if we now all end open defecation in this state, what will we be doing? I said, we'll carry you to other states to go and support them. So I think by the time that is happening, states will also see that, there is opportunity to go to the next state to actually support them. So you also see that. And just like someone also said it, you can actually shift. If business is thriving in the other place, and your fellow TBO is saying, come, business they decide, go join them. Now your money, make your people come say, you never support us, then you know that your people are ready. So I want to thank you all for listening, and then let us work together to end open defecation in Nigeria. Clean Nigeria, use the toilet. Clean Nigeria, use the toilet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Madam Okpara, please. Yes, so from her discussion, I got some key points. In case you want to take note of it, is governments at all levels, local governments, state governments, we have a role to play in ensuring that we think about the end-to-end of the entire sanitation supply chain. So when we are going about our businesses, we shouldn't just think about the moment. From that beginning, we should be thinking about the end, the entire supply chain, and make sure that we identify all the stakeholders involved, anybody that has anything to do with toilets, shit, or sanitation. We need to bring them to the table at the beginning, at the very beginning. And I also, from what Madam Okpara said, that the question you were asked, that when everybody ends open defecation, what's the next thing? It doesn't end there. We need to also improve sanitation and climb the ladder. So people might start with the basic, and then we start thinking about how do we get them to the next level. Some households initially could start with a pit latrine with slab and other things like that. But then we now start thinking, okay, everybody is now open defecation free. How do we climb the sanitation ladder? That's also something that everybody can think about and toilet business owners can think about. Thank you very much, Madam Okpara. Now we'll be moving on to the next session, or the next event rather. We are going to invite Mr. Sam Langat. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, and I apologize if I didn't pronounce the name correctly. So Mr. Sam Langat is SATO Africa leader, and he's going to be talking about ensuring easy access to quality and affordable toilet products for families in Nigeria, the SATO experience. Please, if you have any questions, raise your hand. We would pass a piece of paper around. If you have any questions for Madam Okpara, she just finished her presentation, you can write it down. We'll get it and we can ask it to her. You have a question? Okay. Does any other person have a question? If it's just one question, maybe we can take it before we jump right into the next session. Just that one question. Okay, please, can you give him a microphone, please?
Yes, thank you very much for the paper presented. My name is Adamu Ali from Bauchi State, Director of Water Supply, Ministry of Water Resources. As she has rightly said, actually, some of the state flagged up. We flag up open defecation campaign with a slogan, clean family, happy family. But that of federal government is Clean Nigeria, Use a Toilet.
Yeah.
And also a steering committee has been formed under the chairmanship of His Excellency the Governor of Bauchi State, even though at that, a delegation of power for the chairman of the steering committee was given to the head of service. Then it was after that we enter political issue. Then all the things. And I agreed with that issue of Algon. You find out that if this program is being properly accepted by the local governments, definitely we will achieve a lot. Because when I remember when we were meeting with IWRM's management on the management of drilling of boreholes everywhere, I tell them that the truth of the matter is that there must be a local government, because most of the activities are being taking place in the local government. So the real thing is to incorporate local government people so that they will coordinate or they will look into the nation. Then also this issue of private sector, definitely our coming here is very important because we have learned a lot and we have seen several ways how to key into this toilet business. Even if you cannot do it yourself, you can finance. Or if you cannot manage it, at least you will give support or give capacity building to some other people to do it. So definitely the paper is well presented and we agreed and we learn a lot out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comments. We really appreciate your comments. And I want to challenge you as well. You talked about the change of government making everything die down. That is why you do continued advocacy, because definitely government will continue to change. So you have to make sure that you put this agenda constantly in the faces of your government to ensure that, you know, no one drops the ball along the way. So I'm challenging you, go back to see how you are going to reactivate that steering committee. Okay? Well done, and thank you so much. Now we're going to go to the next event. We would like to welcome Mr. Sam Langat from South Africa. Is he around? Oh, I was actually sitting next to you. Don't worry, we would discuss the price I would pay for, you know, the mispronunciation.
She got the name right, actually. It's Sam Langat. Yeah, I hail from East Africa, Kenya, from the hills of the Rift Valley where the best tea comes from. So I'll begin. All protocols observed, distinguished guests, government representatives, development partners, my WASH colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And it's a pleasure to be here. Is the slide up? Good. My name is Sam Langat, Samuel Langat. Oh, thanks. But I go by Sam Langat over the years. And I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to address this esteemed conference today. Firstly, let me express my gratitude to the organizers, Toilet Pride. This is a first of a kind, not just in Nigeria, by the way. This is a first of a kind in Africa. And in my experience, it is a first of a kind in the WASH space. Yeah. And, you know, it's brought together all of us. We're all crucial stakeholders. You know, you cannot have one and not the other. You cannot have supply without demand. You cannot have demand and no supply. We're always hearing those, you know, pull back and forth. And today, it's, you know, this event is very important. And for me especially, because, you know, as you've heard Mrs. Opara, in fact, I was just taking notes, and she said, Nigeria has 2 more years to end open defecation and to achieve SDG 6 by 2030. That's a huge ambition, and you'll see why. So before I move forward, I'd like to seek help from Mr. Abdul Salam to assist me to do a bit of translation. I'll speak in English, but he'll be able to assist me to translate into Hausa and yeah. Thank you. So while he comes, allow me to give a bit of introduction about myself. I didn't end up in SATO. I've been with SATO for, this is my 5th year. I have 20 years experience actually in building startup businesses and scaling up multinational organizations. It's not my first time in Nigeria. I worked for a construction tool company by the name of Stanley Black & Decker. And I was heading East and West Africa. And that was my beginning of startups. But I didn't know what I was getting myself involved in when I joined SATO. SATO is different. You know, it's a social business. It is for profit. And I had somebody mention about social businesses. The difference is the aspect of impact. You know, the business exists for the greater good. Without access to good toilets and hand hygiene, SATO loses its mission. And therefore, it is a privilege, because for me, I believe, as Africans, we need our own homegrown solutions. We can do it by ourselves. We have the resources, we have the skills, we have the mindset, we have the knowledge to do this by ourselves. And with that, I'd like to start my presentation. Thank you. Next slide. And I see the theme for, while he's switching, the theme for this conference is providing toilets Nigeria needs to end open defecation. I changed it a little bit. I changed it to a scalable approach to achieving toilets for all. Oh, I have this, yeah? Yeah. For achieving toilets for all. The reason why I chose scalable, because that's what you need. I'm not blocking you. No, sir. Yeah, okay. Okay, excellent. That's what you need to be able to achieve scale in the next 2 years. So, Lixil is the organization I work for. SATO is an organization within Lixil. And it's an organization that's involved already in making toilets and across the globe, all types of toilets, and I'll explain. But the global need, the SDGs, you know, have shown that 1 in 5 people live without a toilet. In Africa, the ratio is even much higher, right? And, you know, in terms of hand washing, 1 out of 4 go without hand washing facilities. And 1 in 8 people still practice open defecation. I think the ratio is much higher now in some countries in Africa, but it's improving. And for Nigeria, it's so important. Why? Is because Nigeria used to be the #1 leading in open defecation. But, you know, a similar campaign, like what's happening with Clean Nigeria, this is just to show that it works, was able to accelerate. They call it Swachh Bharat. And they were able to end open defecation. So I believe it's possible for us in Nigeria. And so the challenge in sanitation today, so Lixil committed towards, committed towards SDG 6, and therefore that led to the, to the birth of SATO. And some of the challenges we face in the sanitation today are, I need to be able to see this, is the scale of the problem. It's a huge problem that we have today. It's 13 million new toilets required to end open defecation across the globe. Nigeria is 20 million by 2030, isn't it? That translates to 3 million toilets a year. Do you need to translate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, kamar yadda shi Samuel Lakat ya yi magana, ya ce lallai ya kasance yana aiki a irin wannan abubuwan har wajen shekara 20 baya. To amma da ya joinin Lixil, so shi ita Lixil ita ne take providing Satopan. Satopan yana daga cikin abubuwa da Lixil suke samarwa. So abin da zai baka mamaki shine ko a duk faɗin duniya kowane mutum ɗaya zaka ga cewa mutum ɗaya daga cikin 5 yana bukatan toilet. In fact, a arewa, a ainihin Nigeria ko Africa abun ma ya fi haka. To saboda haka dole ne a yi tunanin me ya kamata a yi wadda zai zaburar da mutane su mallaki shadda suna amfani da shi. Wannan kuwa shi ya kai ga Satopan ta fito da nata na Afirka, ya zama cewa ai su ma ya kamata su iya yin wani abu a Afirka, ba lallai sai an dogara da wasu wajejen ba. Shine amfanin fitowa da ita Satopan. Saboda idan ka duba za ka ga cewa ainihin waɗanda suke bukatan toilet suna da yawa, kuma ba kowa bane zai iya mallakan toilet inda ya fi karfin aljihunsa. So shine ya kai ga wannan akan maganan to me ya kamata a yi saboda ainihin zaburar da kowa ya ga cewa an tafi tare an tsira tare saboda a samu nasarar shi wannan tafiya.
Thank you. So that's 13 million toilets. It's not 13 billion. 13 million toilets every year. And Nigeria needs 3 million toilets every year. That's about 23% of the global demand for new toilets is in Nigeria. Health impacts. 80% of the diseases, communicable diseases, are because of poor sanitation. Hence the reason why having toilets is important. It's important for everyone. Economic impacts. 9% of the national GDP. The government loses money because of poor sanitation.
Yeah. So kamar yadda ya faɗa ya ce a Najeriya idan ka duba nan da shekaran 2030 ana buƙatan akalla biliyan 12 biliyan 13 na sabbin shadda da ya kamata a gina. To ashe kuwa idan kuwa haka ne, to lallai kuma idan aka yi dubi da ainihin sashen lafiya za ka ga cewa kashi 80 daga cikin 100 na cututtukan da yake addaban al'umma yana da nasaba ne da shi wannan al'amari na kashi a waje. To idan kuma ka duba za ka ga cewa ainihin GDP kamar shi asalin alƙaluman ƙiddiga na nasarori wadda ake iya samu na haɓakan arziki na ƙasa, za ka ga cewa idan har aka riga da aka magance wannan al'amari na kamuwa da cututtuka da ke da nasaba da kashi a waje, ainihin alƙaluman ƙididdiga na tattalin arzikin ƙasa zai ƙaru da da percentage, wato ainihin digo 9 daga cikin 100. Kaga ainihin abin da ke faruwa shine ainihin wayanda asaran da muke yi na tattalin arziki yana digo 9 ne daga cikin 100 wadda ke da nasaba da samar da shadda mai inganci. So idan aka magance wannan abun zai ainihin ƙara shi kuma nasaran zai samu.
Thank you. Last but not least, dignity is a human right. All of us left either a hotel room or your home. Did you really think about the toilet you will use or the shower you'll use? No, we didn't. But there's someone somewhere who that is a nightmare. For me in my rural home, it's also for my kids when I take them up country. This is what they always ask me: are we going to use that hole in my grandmother or my grandfather's place? And therefore, I relate to this challenge. That dignity is a human right because I have it, and I believe everybody. And that's the goal of the SDG 6: is that everybody has a basic toilet, a place to wash their hands, and access to clean water.
To kamar yadda shi bayani ya ce shi wannan al'amari na samar da shadda sutura ne, kare mutunci ne, kuma kare ainihin dama ne, in fact dama ne ma wadda kowa ya zama kamar dole kowa ya bashi wannan damar. Saboda haka shi wannan kare suturta jiki da suturta iyalai da suturta kai, wannan dole ne kaman right naka ne wadda ya kamata ka samu. Wannan dole ne a samar maka da shi. Saboda haka shi wannan al'amari na samar da shadda ba wai nema ake yi mutane wane da wane ba, a'a kowa ne ya kamata ya mallaka. Saboda suturta kai dole ne kowa ya zama cewa ya ainihin suturta kansa don ya kare mutuncin kansa da na iyalansa. Saboda haka ashe in za a yi tafiya dole ne a yi tafiya tare don a samar da wannan al'amari na kare mutuncin kai da kai.
Thank you. I'll speed up a little bit. So according to a research, 20% of when you look at the entire world, is being served by sewer system. 79% of it is on-site sanitation. On-site means either a pit latrine, a biodigester, a septic tank. And that's why it is important. The role that we play here is very important because because the services that are being offered today are offered by on-site sanitation. What's interesting, and you've seen I've highlighted in circles, is that 98% of all human waste, right, is unsafely disposed. That's a health risk, that's a health challenge. But we've heard that there is an opportunity. You called it what? In Kenya, we call it liquid gold. Here you said it is called what? Sheet money is clean money. I need to use that, actually. I need to use that when I go back home. But in Kenya, we call it liquid gold. And that's waste to value. So this 98% of fecal sludge that's not safely disposed is actually an opportunity, an economic opportunity.
To idan abin da zai ba ku mamaki mutanen wadda suke wannan kasuwanci na samar da shadda ya ce a duk duniya za ka ga cewa kashi 20 daga cikin 100 ne ya zama cewa an riga da an yi kaman an yi linkin ɗinsa. Idan mutum ya yi kashi yana da inda zai je da kuma ainihin an riga da an yi tattalin yadda za a sarrafa shi. To abin da zai baka mamaki kashi 79 daga cikin 100 ainihin toilet ne ko kuma salage ne ko shadda ne wadda aka riga da aka samar da shi wadda ba a samar da yadda za a yi kamar irin shadda ne na gidajenmu wanda muke amfani da shi wadda ba a yi linkin din shi da kowanne ba. To amma abin da zai fi ƙara baka mamaki wadda za ka ji mamaki sosai shine idan ka duba a cikin kashi 79 din nan 88 daga cikin kashin da ake samarwa yake samuwa daga cikin irin wannan shadda na gidajenmu ainihin ba a riga da ba a amfani da shi hanyar da ya dace. So kawai za a je gonaki ne a zuba ko kuma abu makamancin haka. To kaga ba amfana da shi ba. Kuma kamar yadda ya faɗa ya ce akwai ana kiran shi liquid gold. Ai kowa ya san gold. Madaran gold kenan. A wasu wajejen a Najeriya kuma aka ce shit me aka ce a Najeriya? Excellent. So ita ɗaya daga cikin masu kasuwancin nan ta ce a Najeriya ana cewa ai shi kuɗin da aka samu daga cikin kasuwancin shadda ai baya wari. Haka ne ya kamata a bashi tafi. Na tabbatar kun fahimci wannan abu.
Thank you.
Haka ne. In fact, he now brought out the direct implement. Yeah. So kuɗin kashi baya wari. Haka ne? Na tabbatar tafin zai fi haka.
Okay, thank you. And I'm happy that we recognize the opportunity. Yeah. So, the rate of progress that's required to achieve SDG 6, minimum is 4 times across the world. And this is the latest report by WHO. Now, in some cases, it's up to 15 times, right? And I'll show you cases where we have actually seen acceleration in terms of access sanitation. So I'll be able to demonstrate, not here in Nigeria only, but across Africa. And that's the benefit I want to bring here today, is to give you examples of how they've done it in other parts of Africa. And therefore, you can be able to first get the confidence, get the encouragement, and also learn. This is an opportunity to learn. So Africa requires 13 million toilets to be constructed every year. Nigeria needs 20 million before 2030. And I'm hearing that it is 2025. So it's more than 4 times. Okay, now, with that in mind, it cannot be business as usual. Things have to change, right?
That's very true. Kamar yadda ya faɗa, ya ce in ka duba alƙalamin ƙididdiga an tabbatar da cewa Afirka ana buƙatar shadda miliyan 13 kowane shekara in har za a cimma muradin ƙarni na 2030. So amma abin da zai baka mamaki ita Najeriya tana buƙatar miliyan 20 ne na toilet kafin 2030. To ai Najeriya ta riga da ta ɗau alƙawarin Allah ya yarda za a samar da shadda by 2025 in Allah da Najeriya za ta zama open defecation. Ai kowa ya mallaki shaddansa kenan. Ashe kuwa in kuwa haka ne dole za a ninka toilet inda ya kamata salage ko shadda da ya kamata a mallaka dole a ninka shi gida 4 saboda ai an riga da an dawo da abun baya.
Thank you. Therefore, from my experience, 4 important pillars. One, and Mrs. Opara has said, partnerships. I call it collective value. It's when everybody comes together, everybody realizes the importance of building toilets, collective value. Second one, scale value. We are toilet business owners here. It is a business. And nobody would establish a business where there is no need. So you need to have people who want toilets for you to be able to build for them toilets. That is demand and supply. And that's a picture from Kenya. The third one is innovation value. Innovation is not about products. It's about business models. How do you do business today? You have to change how things are done. In some cases, you have to go direct to the household. They are the community workers. There's a name, I need to remember the name here in Nigeria. But some of them have organized themselves and become businesses where they promote sanitation, sell, collaborate with the masons, and install. And it becomes an income revenue. The last one is economic value. And this is the way we are, this is a very key pillar, because this is how you deliver impact sustainably. You don't have to tell people to go and work. There is an economic value. There's money, there's income to make. From the income, you're able to have better livelihoods. So these are the 4 strong pillars I want to present to you today as learnings from other markets on how to scale sanitation.
Kamar yadda ya faɗa ya ce abin da ya zo dama yi a nan shine yana da kyau, ya ga yana da kyau a ainihin nuna mana yadda sauran ƙasashe ma suke yi, saboda ko ba komai za mu koyi abu ɗaya zuwa 2 daga ciki. Abu na farko shine ya ce yana buƙatan ya yi amfani da wannan filoli guda 4 na ganin cewa ya mun fahimci abin da kyau. Wannan tafiya in har ana buƙatan a cimma buri na muradin ƙarnin 2030, yana da kyau a tabbatar da cewa masu ruwa da tsaki sun haɗa kai. Ana nufin in har ana buƙatan toilet a waje, to ana son kowa ya shigo ciki don a dama da shi. Abu na farko kenan, gwamnati su ainihin fahimci me ya kamata su yi, masu kuɗi wadda za su shiga kasuwanci su fahimci me ya kamata su yi, sannan sauran al'umma kuma su ga gudunmawar me za a bada da sarakuna da sauransu. Shine abu na farko. Abu na biyu wadda ke da muhimmanci sosai shine a kowane kasuwa fa dole akwai mai saye da kuma mai sayarwa. Idan kuwa akwai mai saye, to dole fa a samar da mai sayarwa, in ba haka ba an samu nakasu. Haka ne? To ya ce to ba shakka idan har ana buƙatan a cimma nasara, dole he an tabbatar da wannan ya tsaya. Idan kuma mai saye yana nan babu mai sayarwa, akwai matsala, ko kuma babu kayan da za a saya, akwai matsala. Saboda haka dole ne TBO dinmu ko kuma masu sai da wannan abubuwan salage su yi tallan hajansu da sauransu. To shine zai samar da tsayuwa na ganin cewa an cimma nasarar abin da ke tattare da mu. Abu na uku ya ce to ba shakka dole sai an yi tunanin me ya kamata mu yi saboda a ainihin inganta abin. Kar ka yi tunanin cewa komai sai an gaya maka a inda kake zaune, wani irin gudunmawa kake gani, wato innovation kenan, wani irin hoɓɓasa kake son, wani irin dabara kake son ka fito da shi saboda kasuwancinka ya sayu. Wannan yana da matukar muhimmanci in har muna son wannan abun ya tabbata an samu nasararsa a Najeriya. Abu na gaba shine ya ce to ba shakka dole ne ya kasance akalla ana samun wani abu a kai, saboda duk wanda ke da yake wannan kasuwanci dole ya kasance akwai hannun karba, akwai hannun bayarwa. Idan har ya kasance ba a samun wani abu a kai, zaka kasuwanci ya samu na ƙasa. So abin da zai sa ya zama ya doge, ya zama sustainable, shine ya kasance akwai nasara daga ciki. Akalla kana da kuɗi da a jihunka, ka inganta kasuwancinka, ka taimaka wa iyalanka. Duka wannan nasarori ne da zai sa kai ma a matsayinka na TBO ka ci gaba da wannan harka. Haka ne? To abin da yake nufi kenan.
Thank you. Moving on. And by addressing sanitation, you can see there's so many other SDGs that are actually being addressed just by addressing sanitation. So yeah, sanitation is everyone's business. There's a latest report by TBC, Toilet Board Coalition, that this is the first time that somebody has been able to say what the value of the sanitation economy is. And it goes beyond the sanitation economy. I had a mention of the circular economy. There is also the smart economy. And I'll be able to show how all these 3 economies come together. The toilet economy, the circular economy, and the smart economy. But then there is the menstrual hygiene economy. How does that look like? So it's everyone's business. And the reason it's everyone's business is because of exactly what I said earlier. It affects all of us. If we are unhealthy, it doesn't matter which organization you run. If your people cannot come to work because of sanitation, it will impact your business. Yeah.
To abu nufi shine an riga da yadda aka fassara shi kan cewa shi abin da ke da nasaba da ainihin samar da shadda wannan abu ne wanda ya shafi kowa. So kaman kowa dole ya zama cewa ya shigo ciki. To shine aka ce sanitation is everyone's business. So yana daga cikin abu da ya kamata mu sani kan cewa shi wannan kasuwanci na shadda akwai kasuwanci ne wadda mai gudana wadda dole gaba yake da shi wadda idan akwai mai saye akwai mai sayarwa akwai wadda ya kamata ya tallata akwai wadda ya kamata ya ainihin ba da shawara wannan shine kamar circular economy kenan. So basically akwai zai bi da mu na ainihin alƙaluman ƙididdiga ko kuma rahoto da aka samu daga TBC na ainihin yadda suka fito da shi wannan gaba din nan don mu fahimta. To bari mu bi da shi.
Thank you. It's okay? Oh, there we go. So this is how it looks like. Out of 5 major countries, the value of the sanitation economies is 22 billion in 5 countries. I talked about toilet, circular, smart economies. You know, smart economies is about integrating smart technology. In Kenya, they're using mobile phones, where you're getting orders through phones, and you're able to see where they are, and you're able to respond with supply and installation. It's also being used to track business. Yeah. So the mobile phone is being used to train. It's also being used to manage business operations. So that's smart economy. Yeah. Because I don't have a slide on that.
Okay. So yace idan muka duba ai kamar na yi bayani kan cewa yayi bayani kan cewa akwai circular economy akwai da kuma smart economy. Abinda ake nufi da smart economy wanda ya sha bamban da circular economy da na yi bayani dazu shine shi wannan ainihin kamar idan aka samar da shaddan ana iya amfani da ainihin zamani ne akwai zamani ya riga da ya shigo ciki ana amfani da ainihin mobile phone a ɗau hotonsa a ɗau location ɗinsa da sauransu sannan kuma in ma kana bukatan toilet watakila kawai sai dai ka danna wayanka ka wadda TBOS da ke da nasaba da wannan wajen ya riga da ya samu ainihin cewa kana bukatan to kawai abin da zai yi shi kawai ya neme ka to idan ka duba za ka kaman an zamani ya shiga ciki to wannan shi ke kira smart economy.
Sorry, just next slide. It's not working. Next slide. Next. So this is a good example here in Nigeria. We've partnered with Indorama. I don't know how many of you know Indorama, but they're in the agro business.
Yes.
So somebody will ask, what's farming got to do with sanitation? What's agriculture got to do with sanitation? And they partnered with us. And it's been what, Michael, 2 years now? 200 Masons trained. And there are more details Michael has. Michael is the country leader for SATO here in Nigeria. 25,000 toilets have been constructed and in use. And this is to the farmer community. And also impacting over 150,000 farming communities. The target is 100,000 toilets in the next, by the end of the 4 years, by 2025. That's a big contribution towards Clean Nigeria. Use a toilet. Are they in sanitation? No, they're not. And that's why sanitation business is everyone's business. Okay, and this is really one of the ways in which you'll be able to achieve open defecation free by 2025. Okay. So, this CASA, sorry. So, back to the issue of the sanitation economy. It has been registered that, yes, 9% of the GDP is lost because of sanitation-based issues, either in health, medicine, loss of death, loss of time. 9% of our country's GDP On the other side, if you invest $1, this is to the local government and the state government, by investing in sanitation, you unlock four times what is invested. Not only do you save the 9%, you unlock a new economy. You release money into the economy. You improve the livelihoods of the people that you are looking after. Okay? The market size will double. This is important for anybody who's in the business today and is looking for, they call it the horizon, the new business. The new business is sanitation, right? And this is important for the government. When you're looking about youth and unemployment in Africa is the highest, but there's opportunity for them to get employed, right? So creating jobs, economic contribution, growth in capacity, and empowering livelihoods. This is the estimate that was given. I believe it can be more. Yeah, thank you.
Abin da yake wannan alƙalman ƙididdigan yake nunawa shine idan ka duba kamar ka sani sanadiyan rashin samar da ingantaccen shadda ana amfani da shi a gidaje, Najeriya tana asaran kamar ya nuna a baya kashi 9 daga cikin 100 na alƙalman ƙididdiga na ƙasa. To idan muka duba ba ƙaramin kuɗi ba ne, amma abin da zai fi baka mamaki a matsayinka na TBO shine idan har gwamnati ko ma masu ruwa da tsaki suka ainihin saka $1 a wannan tafiya na samar da shadda, to yana mai abinda alƙaluma suka nuna shine akalla fiye da kashi $4 za a cimma, nasarar da za a cimma zai fi na fiye da $4. Kaga mai riban da aka samu, an samu wajen riba $3 kenan da $5 a kowane $1. Mun fahimci wannan? To abinda kuma zai fi baka mamaki shine kaga za ainihin samaranmu za su samu ayyuka, sannan kuma in gwamnati, wannan abin da ya nuna yana daga cikin abin da ya kamata a rika don a je a samu gwamnati. Kun ce kuna buƙatar mutane su samu a samar da aikin yi wa samari da sauransu, ga dama ta samu. Wannan kaman kasuwanci ne wadda kaman shine abu na gaba wadda duniya ma za ta riga za ta duba, za ta fara raja'a a kai. To saboda haka dama ne a wajen banda kare lafiya da na al'umma, za ka kuma ainihin samar da shadda wa al'umma, sannan kuma za ka samar da aikin yi wa ainihin matasa. Kaga dama amin, wannan abu ne mai kyau, haka ne? Okay.
Thank you. So the big question, I'd like to quote an important person, Mr. Chukuma. You know, we were discussing how do we get more toilets built for more families in Nigeria. And he answered me. He gave me a brilliant answer. This grassroots network, by the way, I'm going to borrow this from Nigeria and apply in every opportunity I get. It's a grassroots approach. It involves the networking of all local stakeholders, leveraging on existing community structures by the people, for the people, and resources to reach intended consumers with products and services. This is what he told me, and I had to put it in my presentation, that it is a grassroots networking approach.
To kamar yadda ya faɗa ya ce wannan ainihin abu da ya riga da nuna yanzu ya aro shi ne daga wajen wani abokin aikinsu wadda ake kira Chukuma. Na Chukuma shine kaman shine ainihin shugaban wannan Toilet Pride. So da ya faɗa wadda ya kama hankalinsa shine a yayi tambaya ya za a yi a samu nasara a wannan abun. Ya ce to ai wannan abun in har za a samu nasaransa dole fa sai an riga da an kai ƙasa wa ainihin wayanda suke amfana a su samar da yadda za su yi su samar da wannan nasaran, saboda samar da nasara daga ƙasa shine zai samar da ainihin nasara wadda zai zama ingantaccen nasara wadda zai jima ana amfana da shi. So duk abin da ya fito daga ƙasa tunanin mutane ne daga ƙasa, kuma in har suka rike shi ba za su sake shi ba. Shi yana ganin wannan abu ne wadda zai dinga amfani da shi duk inda ya je, don maganan yayi, kuma in Allah ya yarda abu ne wadda yake tunani duk inda ya je zai dinga nunawa.
Thank you. So I have a video here that I wanted to show about SATO, not only in Africa but across the globe, and this will help everybody to understand the SATO experience.
Ya ce yana da ainihin majigi wadda zai nuna, wadda yana da kyau mu ba da mahimmanci saboda wannan issue na SATO ka fahimci menene bidiyon yake magana kai. Mu shiga cikin bidiyo.
she used to be a community-based volunteer. She used to go around talking about health and sensitization, behavior change, and she started a business. And in her story, it's on YouTube, she went and borrowed the husband's tools. And the husband was asking her, sorry, because of time. And so the husband was asking, why do you need my mallet? Why do you need my chisel? And she was like, I have seen an opportunity to do business. And I can support you, support the family. And that's how it started. Today, she runs a business with 6 other lady entrepreneurs, building toilets, sensitizing the community, building toilets. And I believe this is one of the models that I see possible. It can be adapted and it is possible. It's not just for men, it's actually for both men and women. Okay, so good question. Who's SATO? And what do we exist for? I had mentioned earlier, so I won't spend too much time. The purpose of SATO really is to empower people everywhere. It's not just about selling toilets, you know. And this is because we believe that dignity is a right for all. So everything that goes into our innovation is to empower people to live better lives. Lixil, on the other hand, was moved by the SDGs and committed to building impacting 100 million lives by 2025, not 2030. And guess what? It's been 10 years, and we've been able to achieve. Next slide. So we've been able to achieve we've been able to impact 45 million lives in the last 10 years. I can tell you in the last 5 years is where we were able to do more than half of that. And that's to encourage, you know, everyone in this conference today, that it is possible to scale. Lixil, an organization that's not in the development sector, was able to commit outside of its day-to-day business to impact 100 million lives. And through SATO, we've been able to reach 45 million people. Almost 10 million of them are in Africa. And Africa has been selling SATO for 4 to 5 years.
So kamar yadda ya faɗa, ya ce ainihin shi asalin SATO fitowar da aka yi kawai don ya taimaka wa al'umma ne saboda a samu ingantaccen rayuwa. Amma shi ita Lixil muradinta daga cikin ayyukan da take yi, dama tana tunanin in Allah ya yarda yana daga cikin target ɗinta ta ainihin taimakawa ainihin mutane miliyan 100. Daga ciki yanzu sun riga da sun cimma nasara da suka fara wannan ayyuka sun cimma nasara na miliyan 45. So abin nufi, abin da zai fi baka mamaki shine miliyan 10 daga cikin miliyan 45 ɗin nan daga Afirka ne aka samu wannan nasara. Wannan fa nasarori ne da aka samu daga cikin ayyukan da Lixil take yi, wadda ba ainihin ayyukan da ya kamata suka sa a gaba suke yi ba. Wannan taimako da suke son su yi ne na ganin cewa an cimma nasara na SDG target na muradin karni na 2030. To ashe abu ne wadda mai yiwuwa idan har muka yi azama.
Thank you. So Lixil is not only making SATO, but you can see it covers the product from luxury products at the top of the pyramid to products that we use today. In the hotel we are staying in, I was happy to see one of the Lixil brands here in Nigeria. So we are able to cater for everyone across the pyramid, from the luxury that people might want to the ones that many of us have in our homes. And now we're able to provide toilets for even those who are underserved. Okay, next slide. Stop there. So today we recognize this could be the worst situation. I know there are better toilets than this in our rural homes or up country. But this is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem that has brought us here today. How do we move from that into a safe toilet? Next slide. Click. So this is the solution that we offer. In Nigeria, we have the pan and the stool. But there's a whole lot more that I'll be able to demonstrate that we offer within SATO. And there are plans with Michael to be able to provide and offer, you know, the full portfolio of what can go into constructing a toilet. You know, we talk about the pit liners that are constructed using bricks. We have a product now that you can carry in one box and go and build a toilet. Next slide. So that's the solution. This is my father's, this is my home, by the way. This is up country. This is my father's hometown. You can see the rope. Let me explain to you. You see the rope there? That's to help old people get up when they go to use the toilet. But now they don't need the rope. But I told my father to leave it so that I take a picture and I can always remember. That is how it used to be. And you can see this is a traditional toilet, but it has a tissue, it has a drum of water, it has Harpic, or it has a detergent, and it has a brush. So
Okay.
I'm a beneficiary of SATO. Thank you.
To idan ka duba wannan shine matsalan da ke nan wadda ake son a yi magance shi. Za ka ga cewa ainihin samar da shadda, amfani da shadda mara inganci kaman an gudu ne ba a tsira ba. Haka ne? To shi yasa Lixil daga cikin ayyukan da take yi wadda ai mun gani a baya an nuna toilet daban-daban wadda take yi dan duk iya kudinka iya kudinka. To saboda haka suka samar da irin wa'annan saboda wa'anda ba za su iya wannan shagali mai ainihin manyan shagali ba su ma ga irin nasu. To idan ka duba za ka ga cewa a irin wannan na iya kudin su ma akwai toilet inda yayi a ƙauyen su ne ma ya je dauki wannan hoton. Bana son da yana ce a gidansu ne amma ya ce lallai wannan a gidansu ne ya san wannan shaddan. Akwai igiya wadda mutum zai rike ma idan mutum ya kaman wadda ya riga da ya tsufa kaga idan har kai kashi zaka rike dan lokacin tashi in yayi. Akwai toilet paper, akwai duk abin da ake bukata wadda ya mallaki fara wadda ake zama a kai daɗin da zai ji shi ma wanda ya mallaki irin wannan ga irin daɗin da zai ji. To kaga gaba ɗaya an samu nasara an fice daga ainihin shadda mara inganci.
Thank you. So moving forward, I have a video. Is the sound okay? It's not okay. Okay, let me see. If it's not good, I'll just move to the next slide. So you can see similar to toilet business owners. They own a van, they're improving toilets. So many of you are familiar with the SATO pan, but you will be able to see. I wish there was sound, but let me explain and then you can help me. So this person is saying he's happy with the toilet. And the reason is there are no cockroaches, there's no smell, there are no flies, and it is safe for his children. You can just translate as they see.
So wannan video yace lalle? Yeah, wannan video do akwai bayani a ciki wadda mutum yake magana amma babu muryan, amma mutumin ya yi bayani ne da aka mishi toilet aka ainihin tambayansa ya ce to ai wannan toilet din ya samu nasara, manyan nasarori guda uku, babu wari, babu kudaje, sannan kuma babu ainihin kenkisa. So kaga dama ta samu kenan.
Thank you. And then this is an elderly couple. The man is old, his knees are weak. The lady is actually amputated. She didn't have one leg. And so the SATO stool was quite a pleasant experience and quite a gift for that family.
To idan aka duba za a ga shi wannan ma toilet ne wadda irin na zama wadda Lixil ta yi SATO stool wadda muka sani. Wannan kaga tsofi ne, kaga su ma ga irin nasu. Mai gidan kun ga dai yanda yake tafiya. Ita matan kun ga dai tana da matsalan kafa, amma duk da haka an samar mata da shadda inda za ta je ta ainihin amfana da shi.
Thank you. So today we have, what you have in Nigeria is direct toilets. You can see there's gray there. That's a slab. So we are also coming up with a slab that is going to be as affordable as the concrete slab, but it comes ready to be installed. So it means you can do more work. You can build more toilets faster, which is what we need. So in one day, instead of building, you can build actually a couple of toilets in one day because you have the pit liner. All you have to do is dig. But everything else is ready. And the superstructure.
Oh my God. So Kafuna, can we give him a round of applause? This is great. This is wonderful. Yeah. And now I will go for the translation and let's hear the round of applause for Hausa. So basically, idan muka duba za mu ga cewa wannan shaddan da muke amfana da shi, ai muna ayyuka da yawa. Kuma muna samun nasara na shaddan da ya kamata mu samar. Kaga za a tuna, za a gine da block, za a yi slab da sauransu, za a sa sato. Duk wannan ayyuka ne daban-daban. Lixil ta shiga ɗawainiyan samar da in Allah ya da next abin da za mu gani daga gare ta, abin da kawai za ka yi idan za ka mallaki shadda shine a je a yi tono, komai sawa da komai za su ainihin shi wannan wall din na shaddan kamar yadda kuka gani a nan gashi nan. Abin da kawai za ka yi shine yana da slab ɗinsa, yana da satonsa, yana da shi wannan. Abin da kawai za ka yi shine ka samar da nasara, ka samar da ainihin rami, toni rami kawai. Komai zai zama cewa in Allah ya yarda kuma yana ganin ainihin za a samu yawaitan mutanen da za su mallaki shadda, saboda ai wannan gutsul matsaloli ne a wajen wasu. To amma idan har za a samu kai tsaye kuma mai rahusa ya tabbatar da cewa a Najeriya maganan shadda zai zama cewa duk ruwan dare ne gama gidan kowa. Haka ne, na tabbatar kuna son ku yi tafi mai kyau. Ina wannan tafin bai ba, ya kamata a kara. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it doesn't end there.
Really?
Now, school sanitation. Think about it. If you have 20 toilets, you have to dig 20 holes, right? In order to have 20 toilets, 20 SATO toilets installed on top. But we have this offset system. Just this small one, forget the bottom one, the one on top. Very easy. You can dig one pit, similar to what you have in a septic tank. We're talking about being able to access the waste, to be able to treat it, and make, circular economy. So this small, we call it the eye trap, can be installed in all the toilets, connected using pipes, and it can go to one hole. And you'll have the same benefit of SATO at half the price. For schools, especially institutions. But even for homes, you can actually have a toilet closer to your home and a pit that's far away. No smell, no flies, no insects. Same benefits as SATO.
To idan abin da zai baku mamaki, ai wannan innovation da aka dinga kawowa su ma sun samar da wannan. Kamar a makaranti, za ka ga cewa idan kana bukatan ka toni shadda a makaranta, kowane shadda, kowane ramukan shadda, ai za ka ga cewa dole a musu pit ɗinsu. To amma shi wannan akwai eye trap wadda suka riga da za su fito da shi nan ba da jimawa ba. Zai kasance idan har ana bukatan shaddan nan ya kai ga wajeje daban-daban, kawai za ka nemi wannan eye trap ne, sai kawai a yi wayarin ɗin shi zuwa ainihin ramukan inda ake kashi. Kaga zai kawar da maganan tonon shadda a ko'ina idan kana son ka yi. To kaga idan haka ne, kaga amfanin da yawa kuma kuɗin zai zama kaɗan. Haka kuma gidaje, kaman, it's also important for you to know that the kind of settlement in Hausa, in typical rural Hausa settlement, there's a big house, but there are lots of householders. So I know the TBOS are seeing the opportunity.
It's gonna work.
And na tabbatar kuna ganin opportunity in iTrap. We're looking forward for iTrap.
Thank you. Of course, and we have the SATO tap, which was very instrumental. We were approached during COVID and were told, first line of defense to fight COVID is washing hands. Can you come up with something that can be sold across the, rural, it can be acceptable across all platforms, across all social dynamics. And we came up with the SATO tap. And it's been a success. It's now being launched in Nigeria, Michael. Yes, within this year, we should have the SATO tap. Very simple, let me explain. You see the bottle of water that's on top? Those are the used bottles that we have today. You take the bottle, instead of throwing it, you fill it with water, you put it in the tap, and you can be able to use it to draw water, to wash hands and close it.
Akwai kuma SATO tap, wadda yawanci na san an riga da an san sunan SATO tap. To amma Allah da ana bukatar nan gaba a wannan shekaran za a yi launching ɗinsa, saboda ai idon mutane bai buɗe ba kan maganar wanke hannu sanda COVID ya shigo. To ashe kuwa bayan COVID ma dole ai mutane za su ba da muhimmanci na ganin cewa an wanke hannu. Lixil sun riga da sun fito da SATO tap, in Allah ya yarda abun ina wannan faro wata da su kowane irin wata ma na gora idan ka saya, in akan da zaka jefar da shi wannan roban, kaga kawai sai dai a cike shi a kana amfani da shi a matsayin famfon tuka na wanke hannu. Wannan dama ne ta same mu.
Yeah. And on the slide it was tested in Indonesia in schools. It uses, they were able to use 91% less water than other contraptions, taps, tanks, the conventional taps. 72% water than other improvisations. And it was used more often by children. They had the tap, they had the SATO tap, they had the normal tap, and all other innovations. And all the children, most of the children went to use the SATO tap. So it does promote behavior change, and it is very good for enhancing hand washing in schools. And that's what we want. We want our kids to wash their hands.
So wannan an riga da an gwada amfanin sato tap din nan an ga cewa yana ainihin rage ɓata ruwa fiye da kashi kusan a ce kashi 91 daga 100 idan aka kwatanta da ainihin ruwan da wasu kaman amfani da famfo wanke hannu kawai ruwan da zaka ainihin asararsa su wannan ba za ka ainihin conserving wato za ka ainihin rage ɓata ruwa ko kuma za a yi tattalin ruwa fiye da kashi 91 haka ne to kuma hakan an riga da an gwada na ainihin wasu ainihin wajen wanke hannu wadda aka samar fiye da kashi 79 to baya ga haka an riga da aka ajiye famfon nan na sato na famfo daban-daban aka ajiye sato tap a makaranti za ka ga cewa yara sun fi amfani da ainihin sato tap din fiye da amfani da sauran ire-iren tap ainihin famfo wanda ake wanke hannu kaga ashe ko wannan abu ne wanda yara ma za su so amfani da shi.
Thank you. So we're not just sharing information about good designs. We're not just saying a lot of good things. SATO has been able to reach 45 countries and be able to impact 45 million people. In Africa, we manufacture in 4 countries, Nigeria being one of those countries. We've been able to ship to over 16 countries in Africa. We've been able to impact over 10 million people in Africa.
Ita sato pan din nan da sato ainihin ta shiga kasashe kusan 45 sannan ainihin a Nigeria da kuma kasashe ta shiga kasashe 45 sannan Nigeria yana daga cikin kasashen da ainihin ake samar da sato pan suke ainihin samar da shi wato ainihin constructing ɗinsa kenan to kuma idan kuka duba za ku ga cewa akalla miliyan 10 an riga da sun amfana da product ɗinmu na sato product ɗinsu na sato a Nigeria saboda kaga kenan muna amfana da shi haka ne?
Okay. Yeah, forgive me, I need to wrap up. But one thing that's important, we started with households, but then we realized that institutions are being left out. Schools, healthcare centers, public toilets, and we started a campaign, School Toilet Enhancement Program. Now, this is an adoption. So we were paying for the toilets as Lixil or as SATO. But then we realized that it became a very important tool to demonstrate and to impart that behavior change in schools. And other schools started buying SATO, improving their toilets, improving their sanitation conditions. And with 45 schools only that have been upgraded by SATO as what you'd call, corporate initiative, where we pay for the installation or we pay for the upgrade. More than 500 schools now have upgraded their toilets. And we're not saying we're giving them the toilets. They are buying the toilets and using their own budgets to improve their sanitation standards, reaching over 500,000 children in school.
To idan kuka duba za ku ga cewa ainihin yadda aka nuna shi ainihin sato din nan akwai makarantar da wajeje da aka je kwata-kwata abin da aka yi amfani da shi sato ne aka je aka yi upgrading din toilet ɗinsu wadda bai wuce guda 45 ba amma maganin da ake yi fiye da makaranti fiye da ainihin wajen zagawa 500 an yi amfani da sato kuma ba wai kyauta suke karba ba kudinsu suke dauka su je su inganta shaddansu with sato pan to ashe kuwa kaga fiye da miliyan 1.5 na yara ainihin sun mallaka sun ainihin an samu ingantaccen rayuwa sun samu ingantaccen rayuwa sanadiyan amfani da wannan product na sato kaga dama an amfana haka ne?
Thank you. So in fact, I should have invited Michael to speak to this slide because he knows he's responsible for this slide. But yeah, today we manufacture through Sonhat. You've seen their product portfolio there. You know, they are actually involved in wash. You know, anybody supplying tanks, water reservoirs, something that you can store water, is in sanitation. There's dust bins. It's just that we don't look at it that way, but they are directly involved. And because they already have a very good network across Nigeria, they can be able to supply any need. And this is what's important here, is that, yes, it is manufactured in Nigeria by a local company. It's important to let them know where it is you need supply. And that is very crucial, so that they can ensure, with the help of Michael, to have supplies available in the markets where there is demand being created.
Abin nufi shine idan wannan kamfanin da suke samar da wannan manya-manyan tankunan na aiko ya riga da ya san wayannan tankunan, haka ne yanzu abinda sun shiga hadaka suna amfani da su, suna aiki tare na ganin cewa an samar da sato. Kaga duk inda yanzu ai wannan ya zama kaman ko ina da ina ma an riga da an san irin wannan product din, to suna amfani da shi wannan Sunhat din na ganin cewa an isar da sako na samar da sato fan. Mutane ba su sani ba, Sunhat din nan su ma suna taimakawa wajen ganin cewa an samu nasara akan maganar sanitation. To in Allah da Lexel ta shiga, amin, su masu samar da sato sun shiga haɗaka na da ainihin kamfanin Sunhat na ganin cewa an samar da sato fan a Nigeria.
And it's a good opportunity. They can also sell some of the other things like tanks and all that.
Excellent. Kaga a sanadiyan haka su ma za su ainihin tallata hajarsu, kuma ashe kuwa za su iya sai da ainihin hajarsu na ainihin tanki da sauransu wadda su ma suke samarwa.
Thank you. So none of this would be possible without partnerships. There's a lady I just met today. She's seated at the back. She's responsible for the first SATO that was installed through WaterAid, right? WaterAid. WaterAid is what brought SATO into Nigeria. So I was so happy to meet her today. And since then, we've partnered with so many of these partners that you see here today. I won't mention them because you know them and they're in the room. But I'd like to demonstrate something that happened in Rwanda quickly before I wrap up. It was a partnership with the local government. In 1 year, Rwanda has been able to upgrade in 4 districts. 84, now it's almost 130. I think they've already reached the target, or they're almost reaching there. And this was a mandate commissioned by the president himself. And he said, I need schools to have good sanitation. 1 year down the line, 130 schools have improved sanitation, bringing impact to over 100,000 children. But this is something that demonstrates when the government takes a lead role, or when the leadership takes a lead role, it really translates into results. And to tie that in, when COVID happened, right, we changed our behaviors. Everyone here started bumping their fists. We changed our greetings, right? Why? Because it was important for us to change our behavior. So this is very, very important. The Clean Nigeria campaign needs to be amplified even more. People need to hear about improving their sanitation, improving their toilets, washing hands, behavior change, and that will translate actually into results.
Yana daga cikin abu nasarorin da aka samu kamar a Rwanda, ainihin da suka je suka ainihin taimakawa waje guda 4, ainihin district, sun yi partnership, wato sun yi haɗaka kenan da local government da government da gwamnati, sai ya kasance district guda 4 an samar da wannan ainihin shaddan. Abin da zai baka mamaki, makaranti 83 daga cikin 133 sun riga da sun yi upgrading duka shaddansu suna amfani da satofan. To yara kusan 300,200 sun amfana daga cikin wannan tafiya. Kaga ai an amfana da shi.
Okay, so I'll run through these slides. We've partnered with UNICEF. We call it Make a Splash. We achieved 2.6 million people in 2.5 years. We extended the partnership to reach 5.8 million people. We've partnered with, okay, this is still with UNICEF. This is smart sanitation. You can see the phones, they're using their mobile phones. We partnered UNICEF, Lixil, Finish Mundial, which is a finance partner, and they were able to, develop a platform to use mobile phones to do business. And extend loans, sorry. So there's loans that have been extended up to $50,000. Yes, yeah, about $50,000, and they've reached 10,000 households with this platform.
Abin da ke faruwa yanzu shine a Nigeria suna partnership, wato suna hadaka da ainihin UNICEF ta Make a Splash project wadda yake faruwa yanzu a wasu states, sannan kuma an samu nasarori da dama. Sannan a Kenya sun suna haɗaka da su ma sun samar da shine wannan smart wannan economy da ake magana, wadda kaga dai akwai mobile phone wadda ake amfani da shi wajen ganin cewa in kana bukatan toilet kawai zaka danna ka nema wadda zai zo ya gina maka, sannan shi ma idan yayi zai danna ya recording ɗinta ta shiga cikin ainihin record na state din ma gaba daya. To irin haka an samar da dama na ainihin shadda wa mutane kusan miliyan 1. To wannan dama ne wadda a Najeriya za ta iya ci gaba da haɓaka shi, za ta ci gaba da amfana da shi.
Okay. We've partnered with USAID and there's so many other partnerships, but why I'm showing these ones is because they have an objective to reach 2 million people. Now, our business today, and I've touched it on all the slides, we do have manufacturing in Nigeria, we work with the supply partners, and this is what's on heart. The strength of working with a local supplier is so that he's able to bring supply to where it's needed, to the TBOs, to the local communities, and you can see that's manufacturing. There is also skills and outreach. This is a training, by the way. Michael, I believe this was in Nigeria. I can't remember whether it was with Indorama, but this was a train. It was an Indorama one, yeah? Yeah, so this is the Indorama pilot. You can see the Masons being trained there. That's a skills outreach. That's a community volunteer who's, not only teaching about behavior change, but also, giving the product, telling them about the behavior change and providing the solution. And then you can see promotion and awareness. This is popular. This is the same everywhere in Africa. You have, people love, and this was more skitted, so people love to come together. People love to just come and hear from people they know. So, and then that's someone selling in a marketplace. And then last but not least is, of course, installation. And you can see the Sato tap being used by a food vendor. Instead of using a bottle with a hole, they now can use the Sato tap to wash their hands.
So, kamar yadda ya nuna kan cewa a Najeriya sun ainihin suna haɗaka da ita Sonhat, kamfanin Sonhat, na ganin cewa an cimma nasara a wannan tafiya. Akwai ainihin taimako daban-daban da ke tafi ake yi a wannan tafiya. An yi ainihin training, ana ainihin promotion, ana tabbatar da cewa wannan product din ya shiga ko ina da ko ina. So abin da ya kamata mu bada muhimmanci a kai shine idan ka samu dama kawai ka amfana da irin wannan product na Sato, saboda idan ka duba a kasuwa ma mai sai da kayan miya ita ma ta mallaki wannan Sato tap saboda wanke hannu. To kaga ya shiga ko ina da ko ina kenan. Yeah.
Thank you. And so my pledge from Sato, one is we'll ensure that you have good supply of products through the partnership that we have with the local partner, The second one is build an ecosystem and demand. This grassroots model, as I said, we've adopted it within Sato. So I'm happy that it's something that resonates with all of us. So one is install capacity so that people know not only how to buy and sell, but also how to install good toilets. And then the last one is growing and scaling impact. So this is about partnerships. I've shown you the slide on partnerships. We cannot have enough partners. I said sanitation is everyone's business. We need to make our business sanitation business. So it's a call not only to those in the wash space, but it's a call for everybody to get involved. A group of people can come together and improve a school. Yeah. So these are the three promises, or these are the three areas that I bring to the table today as Sato.
yace to idan ka duba za ka ga cewa akwai abubuwa guda uku wadda gaskiya ya bada muhimmanci, ya kamata kuma mu bada muhimmanci, yana daga cikin abin da ya zo da shi nan. Yana son mu ainihin ganin cewa an riga da an inganta ainihin haɗaka na ganin cewa shi wannan product ya shiga ko ina da ko ina. Yana daga cikin abin da ya sa ma suke amfani da Sonhat kenan. Sannan kuma yana da kyau ainihin kamar yadda aka ce maganan farawa daga ainihin ƙasa kenan, grassroots, yana da kyau a ainihin rike shi. Dole a samar da masu samar da shaddan da kuma training na wanda za su samar da shaddan. Sannan kuma a nemi yadda za a yi mutane wadda suke son shadda su ainihin samar da shadda a gidajensu. So kaman kowa da abu ne wanda ya shafi kowa da kowa. Dole kowa ya shigo ya taka nasa rawan. Sannan idan ko ana son haka ne, dole sai ainihin mun zo tare, mu gudu tare, mu tsira tare, saboda ainihin a gina abin ya shiga ko ina da ko ina, ainihin kowa ya mallaki shadda mai inganci a gidajen shi. Wannan shine an ainihin taimako da yake son a yi wa wannan kamfani. Thank you.
So I leave you with this line. I believe that today there are over 100 TBOs, right? It's what, 150? I'm assuming 100 TBOs to 150. What Chukuma told me is that they were targeting 150 for this conference. Now, this is important. By 2025, everyone must have a toilet. And this is the power in numbers. If 150 TBOs here are committed to constructing only 50 toilets a month, let's not talk business yet, but we're just talking ability and capacity. 50 toilets a month. They will potentially construct 600,000 toilets by 2030. Reduce that, maybe half of that, 300,000 toilets. That is 15 million people reached by 2025. By 2030, that's 30 million people. How many people reach 30 million people? 150. So whoever doubted that it is doable, it is very doable. And you are the pioneers. You're going to be the champions that show everyone else. How many states? 6 states are represented here?
15.
15? But what I'm trying to show you is that it is possible. It's not a big number. We just have to be focused and committed. Behind this is the economic value. So there is something in it for each one of us. For the government, is impact. For the business owners, it's business.
To abu da ya kamata mu dubi da shi wayanda suka zo nan akalla a nan ana da TBO kusa za a samu TBO kaman 150 wadda suka riga da suka halari wannan zama. Idan har TBO da suke nan kawai ba a ma magana wayanda ba su samu zuwa ba. Idan kowane TBO zai je ya tsaya tsayin daka ya ainihin samar da shadda 50 a kowane wata. To daga nan zuwa 2030 an riga da an samar da shadda 600,000. So ai kuwa idan ka duba yawan shaddan kenan miliyan 30 na mutane da sun amfana da nasarar da aka samu a wayannan shadda a muradin karni zuwa kafin muradin karni na 2030. Idan aka raba wannan gida biyu za ka ga cewa ashe kuwa da an samu miliyan 15 kafin 2025. To ashe kawai iya kudinka iya shagalinka ne in baka yi ban waje ne kawai ma wannan tafiyan.
Thank you very much. That was my last slide. Again, call to action. Let's make it our business to improve toilets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abdul Salam, thank you very much. A big hand for Abdul Salam. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Yes. I'm sure that we all learned a lot from that session. How to scale, how to create impact, how to expand our businesses, and how SATO is involved in all of this. Those 3 key statements made at the end, the promises that SATO is making, please hold them responsible. I say, please, the Nigeria SATO lead should raise up his hand. Let everybody see him. If you don't already know him, he is the one waving there. So after today's event, just hold on to his trouser. Okay, he's even wearing a free. Hold on to his shirt, his trouser, whichever one you want to hold on to. Thank you so much, everyone. So now, thank you. We are going to go on tea break. A 30-minute tea break. But we are going to do things a little bit differently today because there is limited space at the back, so we don't want a crowd at the back. We are going to go 2 tables at a time. 2 tables at a time, starting from the front. So someone is going to be guiding you. Is Emeka in the hall? Or... Okay. So we'll start from the front and go 2 tables at a time to get our refreshments. And then we'll be back after 30 minutes. Please feel free to use the time to network. If you've not yet registered today, please, the secretariat or the table for registration is close to the entrance. please make sure you register. Also, the restrooms are located behind this building. Once you step out, you just turn right. That's where the toilets are for or the convenience. So thank you very much. See you all in 30 minutes. Yes, 2 tables at a time, starting from the front. Yeah. Yeah, so someone is directing them. Okay, okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. I hope you're enjoying your tea break and networking. We'll be starting in another 5 minutes. So please go and ease yourself, stretch your legs, and let's be back in 5 minutes to start the plenary sessions. Thank you. All right. We are back. Please check if your neighbor is at the table. If your neighbor is not at the table, please call them back to the table. We're about to start with the next event. So I'm going to give you 1 minute to call your neighbors, to call your seatmates. Let's get started.
Okay, to za mu ci gaba. Dala akwai tebula da yawa wadda babu mutane, ku kira 'yan uwanku, saboda ai abin da ya tara mu anan yana da kyau mu zo mu yi mu wuce, ko ba haka bane? Dala ga wani tebur can mutane biyu ne kawai ma ran kai dai. Dala idan kuna da number masu 'yan uwan wanda suke zama a wannan tebur, please call them. Right? Right? Mun gode. Mun gode.
Okay, thank you everyone. We're about to move to the first plenary session for today. This session is going to be about something that we like as TBO businesses: money, financing, money for toilets. We are going to have Rahama Ruwasa from Bauchi, UNICEF, and the Clean Nigeria campaign on this plenary. To start off the plenary, I'm going to call the presenter and moderator, Mr. Leke Olateru Olagbegi. He is a sanitation marketing and finance consultant, and he is going to introduce the panelists and facilitate this session, or moderate as well. Thank you, Mr. Leke.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Okay, are we here or we left the room? Are TBOs in the room? Sana Arkashi, Baba Sana Ache Mei Mahimanchi. One power clap for you. Another power clap for you. Another bigger power clap for you. Aha, welcome to my session. So nice to meet you all. My name is Leke Olateru Olagbegi, sanitation financing and marketing consultant. I don't know which one you want to put first, but it doesn't matter. I'll be your humble host for the next session. And it's my pleasure to introduce the panelists for the session. I'd like to introduce the representative for Rahama Women Development Initiative, Mr. Benjamin Jahaziel. A round of applause for him, please, as he makes his way to the stage. Next on the list is my dear brother, Zaharaddin Shehu. It says here that he is the general manager for Ruwasa Bauchi. He appealed to me not to introduce him as the general manager, but representing the general manager. But Oga, you are general manager today, whether you like it or not. A round of applause for him. And to our chief Oga, Oga David Demian from Bauchi. Again, I know that you are wearing somebody else's cap for this seat, but today you are watch specialist. So a round of applause for him as he makes his way forward. Last but not the least, Mrs. Neka Akunwa, an erudite specialist, sanitation marketing consultant on behalf of the Clean Nigeria campaign. She makes her way forward. A round of applause, please. So, welcome everybody. And it's now time to talk about money. And I believe that this is perhaps the most interesting part of sanitation. Because after all the Turenchi that we talk, everything boils down to, kudi kudi. If the money doesn't align, if the money talk doesn't align, then there really is no discussion. May I say to you guys that India spent around $30 billion in fixing its broken sanitation economy. $30 billion. When I try to do an estimation of how much money is required to build toilets for every household in Nigeria that doesn't have toilets, I come up with a number very close to 1 trillion naira. If you don't believe me, press your calculators. How many toilets do we need to construct before 2030? Who wants to venture an answer? What? How many? 20 million. That's a very good number. So how much does it cost to construct just one toilet? Just an average. Yeah? 100,000? Do we agree with that estimate? 100,000. Is it correct? 80,000. Okay. So if we take, let's not go for 80,000. Let's go for 50,000, okay? So let's imagine one toilet will cost 50,000. 60,000. Okay, that's fine. So multiply 20 million by 60,000. That's easily 1.2 trillion naira. That's why the TBOs get excited. However, the TBOs cannot do it alone. Money has to, one of the biggest enablers, apart from the programming, apart from the very learned colleagues that we have in the room, apart from all the work that we put in, one of the biggest enablers of uptake of sanitation is access to finance. And that's what we'll be talking about this morning. So to take my first question, I came prepared for you, sir. To take my first question, I'll be asking Mr. Damian, can you tell us about some sanitation financing programs in Nigeria? But before I go there, let me just for those who may not know, sanitation financing basically is the attempt to facilitate access to finance for participants in the sector, be it households or be it, sanitation enterprises, be it microfinance institutions, So that's what sanitation financing does, for those who may not be familiar with this. So the first question to Mr. Damian, can you tell us about some sanitation financing? Do we have another mic? Do we have a second mic, please? So can you tell us about some sanitation financing programs that have existed in Nigeria in the last, say, 5 years?
Very much, Leke, the moderator. Like he has initially said, we actually have lot of intention that doing implementation of CLTS, the key component should also concern sanitation marketing and financing. As most of us will be aware, when we started the CLTS implementation, that was really not the idea. But until when we started building toilets, and started experiencing difficulties for household to afford toilet, that we started shifting our ideas on how we can make fund to be available. For most of the states that are here, and with emphasis with Bauchi, I know when we started, we actually had our first option for financing to be the self-financing, where we have household on their own because of the need for toilet when they were triggered, for them to be able to source for finances on their own and build toilet. Some of them farm, some of them engage in businesses to get those funds to build toilet. And also some of the financing options that come to mind is the wash adache, which I think different regions call it different name. Like from the north, we call it wash adache, where at a point, since we have washcoms existing in all our communities, what we were able to do to get an option for financing is to pull these washcom members together to see how they can be a formidable team for them to be able to generate funds to build toilet. And one major issue we had with that we had to switch again to see if we can get additional option was basically if you have 12 members or 10 members in the Adache group, before all of them we own toilet, it would take us almost a year. So that didn't give us the speed we need to have toilet. So we also have another option which the MFIs that we have are also running. On their own, they have a portfolio where they actually have funds that are assigned to those portfolios. And what they do is to get household or create awareness around need for household to access those funds. So we also have that form of financing that has also helped us. And from what we have heard from the MFIs, they have actually made a lot of gain because the awareness that is created, the demand that is created already has made household to be able to assess them and get some loans to construct improved latrines. And the big one that I know UNICEF is supporting with state partners is the one we call the sanitation revolving loan, where we have a pool from the government. Different states and different countries actually implement the sanitation revolving loan approach in different ways. But the one that I know personally and is functional is the one that the government gets some amount into a pool. And with time, UNICEF also started contributing into that pool. And what we also shock us, I know from yesterday till today, we're talking about approaches or models that are scalable, that are innovative. And after some time, that approach actually yielded so much result that the UNICEF regional office is also involved, is interested, and started funding that pool fund. And it has helped us. I think those are the few that we have actually used as models, and is giving us the result that we expect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damian, for that. My next question will go to Rahama. Before asking him that question, I would like to provide some perspective. Rahama Women Development Initiative has been involved in sanitation financing since 2017, right? Correct? Correct. Okay. They actually went out on their own to begin to, with UNICEF, prodding, of course. They actually went out on their own to begin to grant loans to households who need, funding to construct improved. So my next question to you, from that you experienced, what has been the biggest challenges for the biggest challenge for households who are looking to construct improved toilets?
All right. The challenges, like you mentioned, are many, but I will just mention a few because of the time we have at hand. One of the challenges is the season, especially during rainy season. You discover that there's low patronage for them to, come and patronize for loans to come out to go and construct these latrines. So it's not easy. And
I'm sorry. Can you clarify? Low patronage of whom?
By the that's households.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Then number two reason, there's this lack of awareness on the need to construct improved latrines. Okay. So that also we discovered that. And then the next one, we also discovered that there's inadequate cash for people to construct improved latrines at a go. Then, and the sanitation revolving fund that has been injected is not adequate. So these are the few things we have experienced or we have gotten as a challenge that is creating, that is as a challenge, I mean. Thank
Excellent.
you.
Okay, so let me go back to Damian for a moment. You mentioned earlier some sanitation financing, approaches that have been adopted. So which one would you really say have actually worked?
That's a tricky one, but at least out of the 4 or 5 that I have mentioned, I think the last one, which is the sanitation revolving loan, is the one that has been most effective. And the reason is not far-fetched for UNICEF to be attracted to that kind of facility, and also the regional office for UNICEF to be attracted, means they have seen that is a model that is worth copying. Yesterday, during some of the presentations yesterday, it was actually mentioned that 3 states actually started the process. We had Bauchi, we had Kaduna, and I think Katsina. During one of our projects, we call the Sean project. And I don't know what the other 2 states have done, but I think Bauchi has done remarkably well. And when we actually started the discussion to bring up the fund to be an innovative fund, we actually started with the partners. I remember the general manager then, when we were discussing that this is what we want, and let's give it a trial. He told us that this approach will not work because he has not seen the visibility where community people, household, that instead of them to look for resources for feeding, for education, we are requesting that they should use loans to build toilet.
So it actually works?
It did. So we just mounted pressure that let's give it a trial. And what we actually proposed then was not to put any UNICEF fund. Okay. So we asked the government to actually start the process. And at that point, we actually called it a pool fund. So the government put in 10 million, I remember, and we started. So all of us were shocked that community people were coming, and the 10 million, it was Rahama that managed it for us. Okay. At some point, they said the fund is inadequate. They've exhausted the amount. And look at the results that the effort has produced. And when we took that up, the UNICEF office actually brought 10 million to add to the 10 million that the state government had. So the whole thing is an initiative that is managed by the RUASAs. And what we do is the MFIs we have identified actually compete for having access to those funds. And we started with Rahama, and now we have 3 MFIs that are actually every year requesting for the fund from the pool. And what we have actually done that has helped us to make that fund to work I think maybe other states can copy, is to have what we call risk management strategy. There's no government influence. Is their fund? Part of it is their fund, 50%. But once it leaves the hand of the government to the MFIs, they don't have any control. So we have that risk management strategy that has helped us to administer the fund. And a lot of things are put in place for this fund. Once they leave, the MFIs assess the fund. No, the household are the ones that assess the fund, but to the TBOS. That is also a criteria we put on so that the household might not misuse the fund.
Okay.
Because we have the TBOs, they have untrained medicine. So once the household collect the loan to the TBOs from the MFIs, we are sure that those facilities are constructed. So it's a big pool. And for so many years, it's is working, and I think the details of it can also be shared.
Excellent. I'm sure Mr. Benjamin would like to chip in on this one. So what has been your experience like, beginning from the time you invested your own funds in sanitation? The first question I want to ask you is, how did you find that experience?
Well, the experience is very wonderful. You know, we were into money making. And when you hear of microfinance, you know that you are going to a place whereby you get something and something must be added to it before you return it. So, of course, there's this misconception on the interest rate, most especially in the rural communities. So, and that also, being a money making, if you cannot invest your money and get something, of course, it's a problem. And that also is a problem to the communities. So it has really, really discouraged so many MFIs because the interest rate differs from one organization to the other. And that's one of it. And then, you know, there's this, we are talking about...
So what I really want you to answer is, for example, how much was the first amount you invested, that Rahama invested in sanitation?
Rahama first invested 3 million.
Okay. So how many toilet loans did you grant from that amount? Can you remember?
Yes, I can remember vividly. We granted 55 loans.
55 loans from 3 million. Okay, excellent. So what happened after that?
What happened
did you get your money back?
We really got our money back. We got our money back, but there was a place where the money almost, tied down.
Tell us about it.
And the reason was because there was no awareness creation on that one, in that place, I mean. Okay. So it wasn't even in the Sean LGS. So we mistakenly went there, and we really hit the rock.
So what you're saying is that the work that Sean put in place enabled information to reach the people you were going to serve.
Of course.
And that information enabled you to get your money back quickly. That's what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Okay, cool. So now, Mr. Damian just said you got money from Ruwasa. Is that correct? How much did you get?
We got money from Ruwasa in tranches. Okay. The first one was 20 million was allocated.
Okay.
But the first tranche was 10 million was given to us.
Okay.
Thereafter, the 10 was also released to us.
So 20 million was released to you?
Yes.
Okay, so how many toilet loans did you grant from this amount?
At that time, it was 2,000 loans. 2,000 toilets. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Okay.
Of course.
2,000 loans.
2,000, because the first one was 1,000. The first 10 million was 1,000 toilets, and then the second one also was 1,000.
So how long have you been managing this fund?
We've been managing this one since 2018.
2018.
Yes.
So how much would you say, in terms of number of toilets, have you been able to finance since that time?
From that 2018 till date, Rahama has financed more than 4,000 latrines.
More than 4,000 toilets?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Hold that thought, please. Madam Nika, I have a question for you. Mr. Damien has spoken about different financing alternatives. What can we do to expand this access? Remember what I said at the beginning. We need over 1 trillion naira to provide access to 20 million toilets, right? 10 million is not going to cut it. How do we get there? How do we go from 20 million to 1 trillion? What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you very much, Leke. The point is, looking at these loans and the people who need the money, we need to first of all find out where do they belong. I remember in 2013 or 14, there was a research to find out why people are not acquiring improved toilets, not all toilets, improved toilets. And then that research led us to find out there were really 3 classes of people. One was those who have the money and can just buy the toilets. And there are some that they don't have the money in bulk to pay. And there's another set of people that if you flog them from now till tomorrow, they cannot buy. So if we want to increase access, we need to have a plan, having all this in place. Have a plan for what we call the self-finance, where people, all they need is the information, like what Rahama just said, where the project had provided information, have sensitized people, they knew about the toilet they bought. Then these ones who couldn't pay at once, what kind of package do we design for them? How do we make sure that the TBOs are giving them this toilet that they pay small, small? You know what I mean? Pay small, small, huh? That means you pay in tranches for your toilet. So now, these people, how do they get this other money, which they didn't have? There's a lot of sensitization to be done. We talked about the government pool fund. It has its own issues. We talked about the microfinance banks. We talked about the commercial banks. They are all there. There are also other financial products from development institutions. But we need to position both the household and the TBOs to be in position to be able to access these loans. One, if it's the government pool fund we want to work on, we must find the right managers for this pool fund. We must have the right education for the loanees. We must have the right mindsets, behavioral change, attitude towards loans. I don't want to name any state. There were some states where these loans were given at first with promises of, oh, we'll repay. And when they went back to recover their money, it's like, go to hell, is our taxpayers' money. So what are we telling the people? Another one, again, is these, even the microfinance institutions or banks, I'm not saying Rahama, there are also some who, given this money to manage, arranged something else. So the money was not getting to the households.
So you're talking of the Nigerian factor.
It's not, I don't want to say Nigerian factor. Well, not every Nigerian is going to do that. So it's just the person. So what we need to work out that is also the management of this loan. How do we checkmate from RUASA to the microfinance institution that has been hired or has been qualified to manage it, that they're doing the real thing. Then also to the households who are working with the TBOs. There were some TBOs who connived with households. They get this money and they don't build toilets and they make the record. When we go to check, it's not happening. So first of all, in working out the access, everybody must do what they need to do. There should be one, a bit, I want to say reduction. It's going to be very difficult to eradicate sharp practices, but must be good reduction in sharp practices. Then there must be good database of these people who have belonged to any of these work quintiles so that we know what we're packaging for them. And the facilitating institution must be very much alive to the challenges of differentiating loan packages so that the loan packages will be kind of demand driven. It must be responsive to situation, to the need of the people. If I want to build a toilet and I don't have money to buy the 100,000 type of toilet or something, but I have children who can do the digging, what are we doing for such families that they just need maybe the sato or the ceramic or something? Then if we now think of, because talking about access, we remember leave no one behind. What do you do about these people who can't get money anyhow? Then we have to talk about things like targeted subsidies. We definitely, professionals or practitioners in the sector don't want subsidies because we know it brings market distortion. But what we do, we need to find a kind of subsidy that does not distort the market. And that is, first of all, from the local government having the accurate figure, forget my brother's wife and brother's wife when we want to talk about poorest of the poor, have a good criteria for selecting these poorest of the poor and make sure that is done.
Yeah.
So access, first of all, there must be awareness of the dangers of open defecation, the dangers of substandard toilets, because we don't want to be talking about basic toilets now. We should be focused on improved toilets to avoid collapse, to avoid all the issues that makes us, after attaining ODF, we go back again to square one. So we must have that quality. The TBOS must have quality check, which was crossed across. That's one of the things I expect Toilet Pride to put in place when this network really goes up. What are the standards? What are the check and balances you put in place? Make sure the quality of toilet stays. So that when I buy an improved toilet, I'm sure that in the next 10 years, I'm not looking for somebody to come and repair something there. Then we must also look at what are these cultural issues.
Before you go there, madam,
Okay.
I have another question for you, which I'm going to come back to.
Okay.
I want you to take this thought right there. Okay. But for right now, I want to ask my acting GM, Malam Zaharadin. We've been talking about sanitation financing, and Bauchi is a good case study because Bauchi in the area of sanitation finance, at least program-led, market-based sanitation supported sanitation financing, is literally the market leader in this country. So I have a question for Ruwasa. Since you guys managed to get your government to fund sanitation, which was the first in Nigeria, and I think they deserve a round of applause for that. Come on, guys. Let's do it better than that, man. Yep. All right. So my question to you is, given your experience in this sanitation financing program, what have you learned? What have you learned that other sanitation, other state government teams and sanitation practitioners in the field can learn from you? What have you learned in Bauchi State?
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, Mr. Leki. Our experience from the previous sanitation financing programs, at the initial stage, the MFIs use their own funds to release the fund directly to household. And the interest is quite high. And because of that, very few people can afford the loan to construct toilet because the repayment is too difficult to them to repay the money back to the MFIs. And when we introduce this sanitation full fund to MFIs, we are using only single digit interest. We are not using no more longer 2 digits.
Okay.
2 digits is set aside. Thank you, madam. It is too difficult for them to retrieve this money because they are giving it directly to the household. But now we are giving it through the TBOS. In terms of wash adashi, before you form wash adashi, it will take a group of 20 people before you form a wash adashi. Even if they are given to 2,000, they can able to have 40,000 per month, which it is, I don't think it is enough for an individual household to own a toilet with 40,000. TBOs are here. If at that process, it will not help us to achieve what we want to achieve, our target.
Would you say this sanitation financing program in Bauchi State has been a success?
Yeah,
it has been a success. Excellent. So my next question for Mr. Benjamin. What would you say are the critical success factors? He just said it's a success, right? Why? How? How did it happen?
It happens just like what he has mentioned.
Sorry, before you go on, I want your answer to be very specific. You mentioned how that you went to some places and you were unable to recover your funds. I'm also aware that some, MFIs like you in Bauchi State, made some loans and they had issues. So what were the factors that enabled this particular fund to be successful? What did you do differently?
Well, we as MFIs, normally we don't just give out money anyhow. We have to really do our work in terms of who, that is selection of clients, the people who will benefit. And one thing with money, you have to give it to the person that can bring it back. So, and it has helped us in that aspect. That one really helped us to even have 100% collection, repayment. So I think that's a good selection of people who really need the pain. This is what has helped us.
How do you select? What are your criteria for selection?
Well, the first criteria is like in sanitation loan, at least somebody must have something that is doing to be able to pay the money back.
Okay.
Yes. Even if you don't have, maybe you are not doing anything, or you are not doing anything, but you are rearing animals. We can also collect equivalent of what you have collected. If you are giving us chicken, goats, and all that. So we are not tied to only business only. So any option that you have, that we know that it can give us our money back,
okay,
we exploit.
Excellent. Okay, so you take some form of collateral.
Yes, of course.
Excellent.
One of the things is that we have also a guarantor. Guarantor is key. That is your T. You don't normally leave it to anyhow people. We take people with good recognition in the society. Right. For example, a government worker can guarantee both state, federal, and local government. Okay. And also the traditional rulers, the religious rulers, who, if they talk to the person, maybe, at least the person can respect them. Then that also has helped us also a lot.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. Based on what you said, okay, go ahead, please. Go ahead. You want to add some, but I have a question for you after that.
Yes, I think I want to add maybe 2 or 3 things that has made the progress to be stable based on the question that you asked him. Yes, he has actually talked about the repayment, that's the recovery, to be 100% for Rahama. And we have 2 other MFIs. So average for Bauchi, the repayment, which during one of our recent meetings, we compared with some African countries, is the highest as far as we know.
Wow, that's a good place to clap somebody.
An average of 97% repayment.
Interesting.
And he has actually mentioned some of the factors that has helped us to achieve that. And basically, what we observe with the other African countries during one of our meetings is the based collection or recovery of loan based on trust. But for Bauchi, yes, we looked at trust. And if you engage with most of the TBOs from Bauchi, they have other modalities, especially the Hajia that talked yesterday. You will be amazed at the modalities that woman has actually put in place to recover every dime she gives to any household in terms of loan. And apart from that, what the Bauchi team has been able to do that we think the other states can also learn is yearly they return the money back to Rwasa. No matter the amount that is given to them, at the end of the loan tenure, they return the money back to Rwasa. Then we have a meeting of all the stakeholders, the MFIs, Rwasa, UNICEF, to actually review their progress in line with the amount they actually returned. Right. Because any amount that is given to them is tagged to a particular result for them to achieve. So in that meeting, we review the details, and before another tranche will be given to any of the MFIs who must be satisfied, with what report has come. And we also do a lot of joint monitoring, UNICEF, RWASA, and the MFIs. So we don't only look at the content of the report, we also see what is on the ground. And one thing that I think commend the Bauchi RWASA is they allowed us to influence them opening a separate account for the sanitation revolving loan. So there's no any amount that goes into that account. So it's easier for us to review, it's easier for us to know when we have issues with the fund. And not only RWASA, even the MFIs, all of them, they have specific sanitation loan accounts. You know, they have other portfolios.
In their books?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, they have other portfolios, but we don't allow them to mix it with the fund. So we go to their offices periodically, and that has also helped us a lot. I just said I should mention that just quickly.
Excellent. Okay, so now to your question. So he mentioned that for someone to get a sanitation loan, they need to have a means of income. Now, bearing in mind that we want to reach the last mile, yes? Some people don't have a means of income. Is there any plan, either by UNICEF or RWASA or FMWR, to target these ones so that no one is left behind?
Yeah, talking about the vulnerable group especially.
Yes.
We have women that are heading household. Because of traditional things, it's not easy for women to access loan because of traditional religious belief. But we also have plan to consciously target those group. So far, we have not done much on that, but those vulnerable group, not that they have not benefited, but the number of beneficiaries that we have in Bauchi presently is not what we want to present. And one thing that we have also noticed going to the field, especially during this joint monitoring, I will tell you there's no poor household with the little experience that I have seen. As far as they have come to like the toilet, especially with the ones with the Sato product, because it's attractive, they like it, it's easier for them to use. They don't mind doing anything to own these facilities. And some of these toilets, I can tell you when we started, you cannot go to those pit latrines to inspect them. But what we have now, you can go there and eat there.
Wow.
We go there, we stay, we gist and discuss. They tell us their issues and things like that. No flies, no cockroach, no smell. Those kind of
yeah,
things.
clap if you want to clap. Yeah.
So those are the kind of things that has actually helped us to achieve. And the Bauchi team has actually put a lot of things in place to even help the ones, the category you have just described. And some of them are willing. I remember we went to this same Hajia's location and met a group of people. What she do for this set of group, she paired them. I don't think, maybe she did that unconsciously. But when we went there, we actually saw that that has actually helped her. She picked people in cluster. So if I pay, if you have not paid, you'll be encouraged to pay. And
you mean you'll be pressured to pay?
the encouragement is also there, so that Hajia will not be passing one of the beneficiaries' door to the other one. Means everybody will know he has not paid. And apart from that, again, you know, in some places, it's farm products that they use to repay. They farm, they sell, and they pay their loans for latrines. And what the team has been able to do is to encourage the beneficiaries, no matter their wealth status, not only to depend on seasonal products. If it is maize, it is once in a year, seasonal product. And they've also encouraged them to do little agricultural, what do I call it now, fadama farming. You have, seasonally you can sell your maize and repay. And even in the dry season, you can do seasonal farming, tomatoes, vegetables, and also sell to pay. So that has also been of great impact.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. I'd like to come back to Madam Neka. You were trying to tell us about some of the challenges facing sanitation financing in Nigeria. Can you tell us more about that?
Thank you. One major challenge we have in financing sanitation in Nigeria is, first of all, the belief that households are bad customers to the banks, especially the commercial banks. Secondly, everybody sees a toilet as non-income generating property. So why should I give you a loan that you're going to pay back with interest for something that is not yielding any money? Then on the other hand, there's also this kind of, do I say kind of a belief about shit business. No apologies. Shit is shit. So people say, I don't invest in shit. In my tradition, in my religion, and things about shit is associated with uncleanliness. So I don't want part of it. So first thing here, banks or commercial banks don't want to give sanitation loan. They don't want to hear that because they believe the money can't be recovered. Also, households who have no known source of income are not giving loans because how do they pay back? And that brings me to what my brother Damien was talking about. There are no poor. I disagree with him in a very friendly way. There are poor families in Nigeria, poorest of the poor. And with those ones, the big challenge, because you now have to play the middleman for them. You have to do some advocacy. You have to get somebody to donate. That's why we talk about targeted subsidies. How do we create this? Not everyone, not many facilitators know how to work around targeted subsidies. So, first of all, the belief or the commercial interest in the need to make money thing, and the belief that toilets are not income generation. But I know that TBOS here would disagree with that because we know that toilets are yielding money, especially the public place toilets. And then for the household toilets, there's been packages, I think I mentioned that yesterday, where if you don't have any known business, some MFIs are ready to give you certain amount to start small business, give you monitoring, give you some months that you don't pay back, okay? Then after 6 months or so, you start paying back. They expect you to have made some money. So these are the kind of things. This challenge is basically about understanding the fact that a toilet is not a money gulper, like they see it. It's something that can yield money, but it's how we manage it. So we need to educate the facilitators. We need to educate the TBOs on also how to sell, to compel, not compelling, but to convince people that there's profit in investing in toilet.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Benjamin. She mentioned something. I already had a question lined up for you, but now that she brought it up, why is it that Rahama is the exception? There are lots of MFIs in Bauchi State, but to my knowledge, from what Mr. Damian said, there's only 3 of you, right, who are currently dispensing or disbursing sanitation loans. Why do you think there's such a low number of MFIs participating in sanitation financing, either using their own money or participating in programs like this?
Well, one of the reasons she has just mentioned, you can invest in toilet and you get something as a household owner. So that is one of the things. And, if somebody is not sure of getting his money back, because for us in Rahama, when we discovered that, we have to introduce what we call clone loan. So what we give you to construct toilets, we also attach, that is for those who are interested in doing business, for them to be able to use that one and be servicing the toilet loan.
Okay.
So that's one of the things. And you talk about, sometimes it's commitment and passion for the work. Actually, if you are not committed and you don't have interest in something, if you have interest in something, you will find a way of doing it. But if you don't have interest in it, it also affects the work.
I remember you said something to me last year when I was in Bauchi for some work. You said to me that sanitation loans are now more profitable. I'm putting you on the spot, of course. The sanitation loans your sanitation loan portfolio is now a more profitable. Is now the most profitable loan portfolio in Rahama. Is that correct?
It's not. That is the only product that has a big portfolio, even in the organization.
Wow! A round of applause. Yeah, tell us more about it.
So, like I said, it's all about commitment and having the good people in place. And God has helped us. I have a good team that we are working together, and then they are really up and doing, because whatever we want to do, we put extra, energy to make sure that the thing happened. So this is one of the things.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Who do I ask this one? Meeny, meeny, miny, mo, got the tiger on his tail. Okay, let me go for Damien. I have a question for you. I want you to think carefully about this one. There's a school of thought that says that investing money in sanitation programming, we may need to ditch that in favor of investing more money in direct sanitation financing. Meaning, for example, you gave us an example earlier of the Washadashi program. For that program, I know we had to, train washcoms, we had to pay DSA, we had to camp them in hotel, we had to pay all those bills. Let's imagine that under the Sean program, about 300 million was spent. I don't know the number, just an example. Is it better that we spent 300 million facilitating access to Washadashi, or the creation and operation of Washadashis, than for us to have taken that 300 million and said, look, let's get a few consultants. This is 300 million. Find households and give it to them. What are your thoughts about this? Is it clear?
Yes, it's clear, but
it's a controversial question.
Yes, but I'll just try to answer it, looking at it from this perspective. Of course, the loan, if we channel all the money for loaning system, I see we still having big problem without doing the other ones, because we have established from yesterday till now that the loaning system is actually functional and giving us required result, because demand has been created. So if those capacity building options were not done, I don't think within household we'll be able to get people that we say there's need for them to access the loan, or there's no need. In as much as I will say that, of course, globally, if you look at other sections, be it health, be it education, it is innovations that drive a lot of the shift, that most of the challenges in terms of finances that we have in WASH, those sections don't have them. So if we say we're just focusing on financing, yes, it's good. It will give us more innovations. It will give us more scalable ideas that will be able to attract fund from other global systems. But I think the two needs to balance
there needs
themselves.
to be a balance of both of them.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that's where
it was
I
a
look at
deliberate question to put you on the spot. But a round of applause for him. That was a good answer. Thank you. Okay, I have this question for Ruasa. I want you to think about what has been achieved in the last few years under the sanitation financing program. As much as the likes of UNICEF and other development partners participate in, facilitating the access and the technical support that is required, do you think that Bauchi State, for example, could scale up these 20 million to 200 million to 2 billion in the near future?
Yes. Why? Because Bauchi State, we have started this with 10 million, and now we have 80 million right now. 80 million. We disperse 80 million to those 3 MFIs in Bauchi. And we think, we pray to Almighty Allah to give strength to His Excellency to add additional fund for us to dispose to those MFIs. Why? Because we want to identify more MFIs in Bauchi and TBOS again.
Excellent.
To achieve this tax.
Which would be good. Thank you very much for that. Madam Neka, I know you participated in the sanitation marketing program in Kaduna State. And we have some, funds in Kaduna State which didn't do so well as the one we had in Bauchi State. From your first-hand experience, what happened in Bauchi State? And how can practitioners avoid, such pitfalls in any programs in the future?
Microphone. Okay. It's just that my Oga for now has become direct. I would rather not name states, but I like to talk about experiences. So basically, I always, even till tomorrow when I have sessions, I'm talking about Bauchi and the way they manage it. Because like he said, the first investment was 10 million. And this was recycled like 2 times or so. So when they say they have 80 million, maybe loan portfolio, it doesn't mean that the seed fund was 80 million. It could have been 30 or 40, but because of the way they managed it, that was it. We give it to them. In other states, not just Kaduna, I don't want to be very specific about Kaduna, the other states that were involved, they were, when we do financing programming, the essential financing programming and essential direct financing, there are 2 sides of this coin. So the programming aspect has to prepare the people, prepare the process, prepare the guidelines so that there will be something to lead to achieving what you want. Before you now say, this is the money I am giving for you to disburse. So if that money comes first, before you have prepared the environment, the facilities, the staff, the skill, and the regulations, you have hitches. Because the attention will be on the money. Give us the money. People will do whatever they can to get this or to be qualified to get this money. And after qualifying them, you find out that it's not, I'm not being specific about Kaduna. I know you asked me for Kaduna, but I'm just talking of other states where these microfinance banks will come with all the required documents and you qualify them. And by the time you give this money for them to go and disburse, they pay it into some fixed deposit. And they are giving you SQO. The TBOs are not coming for the loan. The Meangwa is not signing the, guarantor form. Also, obviously, then this money is there, growing for them. Then when they get tired, they say, okay, after 6 months or 8 months, you have to take your money back. We're tired of the wahala. Already they've made money out of it. So that's what I was talking about earlier. So for us to have these 2, is segmentation of the process. Have a process to prepare the grant, which is the programming, like Damien said. Then have a process for the direct lending. But that programming must come first so that the education, awareness, rules and regulations are already in place and ownership of process by the people. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Before I go to my next question, this is a TBOS conference, so I would expect that we hear from the TBOs about sanitation financing. So I'm going to give the opportunity, not right now, I'm going to give the opportunity for 2 TBOs to ask any questions. Okay, I can see one hand here. And so just think about it. We'll take one more person, and we'll take 1 or 2 other questions from someone else from the floor. You're asking them questions now, okay? So just think about it before I come to you. Okay, I see one hand there. Are you a TBO, sir? Obviously not. Okay, are you a TBO, sir? You are a TBO. Okay, that's the second TBO, yes? One more person from the audience. Okay, sir. Well, that's 1, 2, 1, 2. If we can take you, sir, we'll come to you. Okay, to Mr. Damien now. And this really is a question that I want both yourself and the Clean Nigeria campaign to answer. Just touch briefly on it. I know UNICEF has a sanitation fund that has been designated for states in Nigeria. I know there's something going on in Bauchi, in Oyo State, and in Adamawa State. However, we're still scratching the surface. When are we going to get to the point where we actually have a national sanitation financing fund? What are your thoughts about that? Is there any actions going on? And this is also a question for the Federal Ministry of Water Resources. Even though Clean Nigeria campaign is here, I don't know if there's someone on the floor who can answer that on behalf of the FMWR. So, over to you, sir.
Okay. Just like you mentioned, is a trend that has actually grown. And just like we have said, there is a pool fund, and UNICEF is interested because of the Bauchi team was able to demonstrate evidence that this can work. And UNICEF actually brought its own fund. And as God we have it, we didn't know how the national office, Chisom is here, that the regional office got to know about what Bauchi is doing. And we had to do a proposal through the national office, to the regional office. And they've also been putting some fund into that pool, which they actually, because it's an innovation, they actually tagged it innovative fund also. And the kind of support that we got was really encouraging for the Bauchi team. And at some point, all the sanitation related resources that comes to the UNICEF regional office, 7% of that fund is set aside. A portion of it come to Bauchi.
Wow.
And a portion of it go to Ghana, and another portion goes to Togo. And we have that fund, and it's revolving. It has helped us to scale. Bauchi started with implementing the fund in 3 LGAs. They moved to 6, they moved to 12, and they're covering the entire state now with access to the pool fund. And I think the question should be to the federal ministry, because really we have demonstrated that it works, and it has attracted UNICEF and attracted regional office, and has also attracted Ghana and also Togo to come and learn so much from Bauchi. We had a regional meeting that the Bauchi team were crowded. The TBOS, how do you do it? How do you do it? And things like that. And a lot of lessons were actually learned. And I think the national office should
Thank you very much. All right, Clean Nigeria campaign.
It's difficult to speak as Federal Ministry of Water Resources because I'm not one. But as Clean Nigeria, the Federal Ministry is a home ministry. But I'm a consultant with the campaign. So I will speak about what we do in implementation to go to that. So we've seen where pool funds have worked. We've seen where it's not worked. But generally, we're looking at how do we get access to sanitation funding. So right now, the Clean Nigeria campaign, in our implementation, we are in discussion with National Association of Microfinance Banks. So we've had our first meeting with them, and our ask is that they help. We can build a relationship where this National Association of Microfinance Banks can talk to all branches, all states, all local government to say, start giving sanitation loan to TBOs, to households, but work out how it works for you. And we're also appealing to them to see, that's why we want it to be at the local level, so that the interest rate can be at least one digit if it can work for them, but they've not given us response. So that's part of what we're doing. So if they do that, so that if I'm in a local government, the bank in my local government will be the one working with me, so that the cost of management is reduced. Then other things in the Clean Nigeria campaign, there's generally advocacy, visits, speeches, letters, begging the subnational to take over this, and also endeavor to provide some kind of pool fund, giving an example of where it has worked. But I don't know how far that is gone. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We have just a few minutes left. I'd like to take very quickly the questions from the floor.
Good afternoon, all. I would like to, and also a comment. The question goes to Mr. Saab from Exit. Thank you. Had presentation. We have two types of SATO.
Sorry, sir.
SATO.
I'm sorry, sir.
Okay.
You're going to, that question is important, but MC has given me a little note here saying 5 minutes time.
Okay,
I only want
let me
sanitation,
go.
financing
Okay,
related
okay,
questions
so
for
let
now.
me go direct
So
to
you
the
can
comment.
take that in the next
Okay.
session. Madam will give you time
Noted.
for that. Yes,
so,
please.
As a TBO from Bauchi State, my name is Mujahid Sani Korau. This, it works very, very good financing, more especially the revolving loan, because we have been benefiting from it for close to a decade in Bauchi, and it works very, very good. I personally built a toilet last year, close to 272 toilet.
Wow.
Through that loan. The manager of Rahama is there as a witness. And also there is one MFI that are not here. So, but the only thing I want to shed more, I feel here is, I have learned one thing here. There are TBOs from other states. The issue of capital expansion loan. Yes. Yesterday I mentioned that we need capital. I didn't mean that I don't have a capital. It's just because the number of toilet that is required and the timing, the 2 years, the duration. So that is what made me to say that we need more capital.
You need more capital.
Yes, it's either loan or grant.
Excellent, excellent.
Either loan or grant.
You see the reason why I allowed the TBOs to talk. All right, so let's hear from the other TBO. Thank you very much, sir. Very quickly. Yes, they're taking the mic to him. Very quickly, please. Straight to the point, please.
All right. I'm TBO from Kwali Area Council. Named Ibrahim Jafet. What I learned from this conference since yesterday?
No, sir. What you...
I know.
Question or comment in relation to this segment?
Okay. My
Right.
question goes like this. I have been constructing a toilet when I was introduced to this organization. I was 2021. Almost 825 toilets. But when I traveled to one community in Kwali Area Council, they are interested to construct a toilet, but their problem is that they don't have water facility. How can they do? They are interested to construct a toilet, but they don't have water facilities.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So this is a question that the WASH coordinator for Kwali should be answering and channeling appropriately to the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, because obviously what you need there is a borehole, right? We cannot provide that in this meeting, but you need to channel that question to the WASH coordinator, and I'm sure it will be taken up appropriately. Thank you very much for that question, for that comment, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is TBO Bojeshomo from Onara Local Government, Oyo State, Nigeria.
TBO?
Yeah.
I see.
My questions goes as this. As a TBO, most of the problem we are facing among the HHOs, there are some stubborn HHOs. After we've already concluded on a certain project at a certain price, we insisted they want more upgrading of that project. But instead of giving us money from their own pocket, they will ask us to re-add the additional money in which we are denying them. What is the solution for that? Secondly, I want to build a toilet, public toilet as a TBO, and I need a loan from the MFI. And for me to build a toilet, public toilet, it will not cost me less than a month and a half or two. When do I started the repayment, or when the MFI will started the recovery of their loan? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So let me answer that question. The first one, please sit down. What you have in the first instance is a business problem. You have reached a contractual agreement with your customer. You have delivered on that contract, and then he's asking you to add increments. It's a simple problem. HOs, yeah? Oh, the EHO. Okay. So you're talking of the EHOs that are under the Ministry of Environment. I see. Okay, so it's a quality issue then. Yeah? So the question I have for you, maybe, is it for this session? I really want to wrap up this session.
Sorry. Can I just say
yes,
something?
Please.
I think we'll take it up with the GM for Oyo is here and his team. I think I'll meet them because why I'm interested is because of Oyo recent performance in pool fund.
Okay.
UNICEF has been able to join them with Bauchi. Okay. So that sanitation revolving loan is also being benefited by Oyo. I think we went to Togo together.
Okay.
And just yesterday they were talking about the progress in 3 months with the team, that it was so amazing. So I think we'll take that up with the team.
Okay, excellent. So this EHO question and the public toilet question, that's your money man there. All right, bro. Yeah, last question. Please give him a mic. We got the money man in the room. All right.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the panelists, particularly the Bauchi people, for their very nice input. I would like to add to all the other things you've been doing. I want to suggest that rather than depending on the strategies you currently carrying out, why not look at the possibility of liaising with the agricultural sector so that they will further provide some kind of incentive to take the farmers group, for instance, and enhance their product, their agricultural yields. So from there, rather than depend only on boosting their toilet, you are also boosting the income of the family. In the second one is I like the issue you said something about income, but what I want to bring out here is from what you've been doing, what is missing there is lack of utilization of the manure, because the issue of the financial gap we've been having, those people will have plowed the manure from the toilet to generate income into it, and that is where we expected the World Toilet Summit of last year to have brought up a lot of things into the system of what we are doing today. And lastly, my comment to the MFI. Since you are doing so much and you've generated income and made so much, when is it not possible you consider reducing some percentage of the interest on the beneficiaries? So since you're already doing well and you keep doing well, so rather than continue to maintain your interest rate, what as an incentive, why not consider reducing it so that you further encourage them? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Madam, do we
Just
have
a quick response to what he has just said?
Okay.
Just like the acting GM has said now, we are not longer using double digits, it's single digits. Yes. So that's just what we are. Yes.
Okay.
And sorry, to add to what he said, I know maybe during the FICA sludge related discussion, that will be touched, because I know that the Clean Nigerian Campaign Office and the Federal Ministry are working on how to, that was why we were encouraged to actually co-opt the pit MTRs to be TBOs, so that we can together find a workable mechanism on how to treat fecal sludge to use it for agricultural purpose. And that has actually sparked the interest, because we know in the agricultural sector, there's a huge amount that is in there as a pool fund for the agricultural sector. So if we're able to demonstrate that the fecal sludge can be converted into manure effectively, we will be able to assess that fund for agriculture. Mrs. Okpara, I think there's a proposal on her table, and she's looking at it and working to see how that fund from CBN can be assessed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damian. A round of applause for the panelists, please. To Mr. Damian from UNICEF, Mr. Benjamin of Rahama in Bauchi, Mr. Zaharadin of Rwasa, our GM for the day, and Madam Neka Akunwa from Clean Nigeria Campaign. A round of applause for them as they go back to their seats. A picture. Okay. No, I'm not done. Okay, yeah, so picture. Don't worry. All right, thank you very much. So, as we wrap up this session, I just want to say to anyone in this room, nothing beyond the planning, beyond the prepping, beyond the programming, we actually do need financing for sanitation. I'd like to say a quick word to Federal Ministry of Water Resources. We have money in CBN under different intervention funds. One of them can be used for sanitation. For example, the MSME DF program, we can carve out a small portion of that fund, 2 billion, 1 billion for sanitation. It's not impossible. We just need to do it. I have a recommendation for the organizers of this conference, Toilet Pride. I would have loved to see some more institutions here, the Central Bank, for example, the Bank of Industry, for example, the World Bank attend this kind of forum. We would have been able to probe deeper into how such institutions can actually help to provide more access, greater access to sanitation. So this is my thoughts for today. Thank you for being part of this session. Once again, my name is Leke Olatere Olagbegi, Sanitation Marketing, Finance and Consultant. Sorry, Sanitation Marketing and Finance Consultant, saying peace out.
Thank you very much for an inspiring session, a money session, and I'm sure that all of us paid attention. We really, want to see how we can access these finances. I'm curious though. I heard the Mr. Benjamin say that patronage is low during rainy season. Do we know why patronage is low during rainy season? Just a thought. Also, a thought came to my mind as well is you mentioned something about how different institutions have different interest rates. Since it's a sanitation funding pool, is there a way to regulate it to ensure that all the institutions have the same interest rate without, having some burden the households more than the other? It's just a thought. So please, these are things you can consider on your own later. Now, we've been sitting down for too long, and I know that we are community people. We facilitate things in the community. So I would want a volunteer to please come and give us a warm-up. What do we call it again? Oh, energizer. Thank you so much. Please, let someone come and give us an energizer to get us prepared for the next session. Yes, who you nominated somebody? Yes, Neka. Who is? Oh yes, please come and give us an energizer before we go into the next session.
Thank you very much. You see, that was call me. Okay, since we're seated, could you just stand up and push your chairs back a bit? Energizer. So put your seat in a way that you can also sit. So it's called the Grand Old Duke of York. Okay? So I'm going to do the first round, and then you do yours. So I'll sit and I go. The Grand Old Duke of York, he had 10,000 men. He marches them up to the hill and marches them down again. And when they were down, they were down. And when they were up, they were up. So you see, you understand? So you're going to listen to my down and up. So the Grand Old Duke of York, he has 10,000 men. He marches them up to the hill and marches them down again. And when they were up, they were up. And when they were down, they were down. So I could switch when they were up and when they were down. So you need to listen and know when you sit and when you stand. So let's start. Everybody sit down. Thank you. The Grand Old Duke of York, with your two hands because I'm holding this on. The Grand Old Duke of York, he had 10,000 men. So your two hands, 5 plus 5, that's 10. The Grand Old Duke of York, he had 10,000 men. He marches them up to the hill and marches them down again. And when they were up, they were up. And when they were down, they were down. And when they were up, they were up. And when they were down, they were down. And when they were neither up, they were neither up or down.
Thank you so much. I would come for the, yes, I would come for the lecture and maybe have some notes so that I can use it in the next session that I'm facilitating. Thank you so much, Madam Neka. Now we want to move to the next part, which is what happens when the pit is full. I'm really interested in this because this is one of the sessions that will speak to sustainability. When we work in communities in rural areas, we see that we go one time, everywhere is ODF, and then we go back and they'll say, oh, the pit is full. That's why we went to go and start doing something else. We saw some innovations where people would seal it up. After a while, they'll plant a tree there and then dig the next place and start, all over again. But now we are thinking beyond just making people become ODF or making communities become ODF. We are thinking about how we can utilize this, the full value chain, fecal sludge management. How can we get nutrients from waste? How can we get energy from waste? These are the questions we should ask ourselves regarding fecal sludge management. So, what happens when the toilet is full? How can TBOs explore new business opportunities in fecal sludge management? I'm going to call on the presenter, Dr. Joachim Ezeji. He is a senior security water advisor for this panel session. And in this panel session, we are going to have people from Abuja Environmental Protection Board, Sea Circle Development Research Organization, Pete Mtier from Bauchi, Water Aid, and UNICEF Nigeria. Do we have Dr. Joachim here? No. So I'm going to call on Mr. Damien David, who is going to champion the session. Am I correct? Or present. Are you making a presentation? Oh, okay. Okay, while the person is. All right. So can we have that now, please? Okay, so please give us 5 minutes to sort that out. Can we have slight music in the background? Please take 5 minutes to ease yourself and, you know, stretch your legs and come back. We'll try to see if we can sort this out. Okay, we are ready. Please, can everyone come back in? Marvelous, can you please call people back in? Thank you. Please, let's settle down and get the next plenary session started. See, our lunch is already ready, so the quicker we finish, the earlier we would have lunch. Please call your neighbors. Check who's missing from your table and let's settle back in.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. A quick one, please. For the states that have not submitted their documenting the enablers and barriers, please make sure you submit before lunch. It's very critical, and we need to, we will harmonize it, and UNICEF is very, very interested in that. In fact, I have to call the list, the names of states that have submitted. Very briefly, madam. We have received submissions from Benue, Zamfara, Katsina, Adamawa, and Bauchi states. The rest have not submitted. Please do that before lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please submit your assignment to. You know that if we go to school and we're giving assignments, if we don't submit, it's going to contribute to part of our exam score. So please, let all of us submit our assignments from yesterday. All right. Hello. Hello. Can I have your attention, please? Thank you very much. Now we're going to move to the next session, like I earlier said, on fecal sludge management. What happens when the toilet is full? Before we start this session, we're going to watch a presentation from Dr. Joachim Ezeji. He's joining us via Zoom. And can we have that back on? He's joining us via Zoom, and he's a senior security water advisor. He's going to be presenting on what happens when the toilet is full or when the pit is full. After that, we're going to have a brief panel discussion, and this entire session is going to last 45 minutes. We're already over time, so please let's make that snappy. Dr. Joachim, can you hear us, please? Okay, so we're going to move right into the panel session. Apologies for the mix-up. And we're going to have on this panel participants from Abuja Environmental Protection Board, the Public Convenience Maintenance Association, Truck Owners Association, Pit Emptiers, Water Aid, UNICEF, and Dr. Joachim from USAID. So, to moderate this session, I'm going to call on Dr. Chimere May. Oh, you present. Okay. Are you ready with your slides, please? Are you ready with your slides, please? Okay. So, while we're waiting for this to happen, I'm just going to talk about my experience with fecal sludge management. Last week, I was at a workshop organized by an institution where they were carrying out a research and they were trying to assess why businesses that are involved in reuse, recycle, and things around this circular economy regarding RRR, reuse and recycle, why they have not been able to expand their business. I noticed that only one organization attended the workshop, and the organization was dealing with agricultural wastes, that's animal wastes, and they were trying to see how they can harness it to produce enzymes that you use in biological processes to also produce energy. And in my head, while I was at the workshop, I was thinking that, okay, this thing, why don't we have wash practitioners here that, because fecal sludge management is also something that we should think about how, okay, we can generate, energy, nutrients, or other things from the fecal matter that we generate. Right now, what we think about is linear. Treat it and dispose it. But how can we, make more out of treating it and reusing it, getting different components out of it, like the enzyme. I was really impressed with, I think the organization name is FURA. I can't remember their full name now, but it's a research organization as well. They make enzymes. So enzymes are like, I don't know how many of us remember our secondary school chemistry, are what we use to catalyze certain reactions. So if you, for instance, want to go through a process that we call fermentation, enzymes are what, facilitates that process. Yes, they speed it up. Thank you very much. Even in our bodies, enzymes are at work. When we eat food, it is enzymes that help us to digest what we eat, to break it down. Now they are taking wastes that we'll just treat and dispose and trying to extract enzymes from them to use in other agricultural processes. I was really interested in it, and it was, really captivating. So these are conversations we should try to start having. We're talking about circular economy in sanitation, and we're talking about all these things that could help us to, have more businesses, make more money out of sanitation. All that billions and billions that we saw that was projected earlier that are potentials for the sanitation economy is not just from building toilets. It's also from other forms of, things that are being done in the sanitation sector, which, the whole sanitation supply chain is involved in. So now we're going to watch or listen to the presentation from Mr. David Damian of UNICEF. And after then, I would come back to call the moderator for the panel session. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bolu, right? I don't know whether this presentation will meet your expectations, but we just quickly did this with Chisom, just